game! Make a game! What's a game? What's a game? I'm a Kamen Rider.
And we are live! What's up, everybody? It's the Quarter Guy, and welcome to the third stream of Extra Life Game Weekends. Today is day 3 of 4. And today, we're focusing on the first major video game company, the one that pretty much made the video game industry take off in the first place, Atari! Yeah, if it weren't for Atari, it's safe to say that gaming as we know it would not exist today. I mean, they had the first successful video game, the first successful video game console, and suffice to say the Atari name has gone through some ups and downs, but they're still around and still kicking. And today, we're going to be focusing on them, including a very special edition. You see, there is an important partnership between Atari and Namco. In fact, it was thanks to Atari that, well, actually it was Atari that helped Namco really take off as a game company. And the good people at Atari hooked me up with the Namco Legendary Pack for Atari 50. And we are going to be showing that off later today. And this is the third of 4 special 12-hour marathon streams focused on raising money for Extra Life. So for those of you who do not know, which I'm guessing most of you know by now, Extra Life is a program which encourages gamers to raise money for their local Children's Miracle Network hospitals. And I've been at this this is my 11th year of Extra Life, and I've raised over $10,000 lifetime for my local children's hospitals. Yeah, this is something I take great pride in doing. And so far this year, I've raised $816.68 out of my yearly goal of $1,000. I'll have to think of a special reward I'll have to think of something special to do once I hit 1,000. But anyways, if you wish to donate, go to www.extra-life.org/participants/thequarterguy. The pinned links are in the YouTube and the Twitch chats, so you have an easy way to get to there and make your donations. All donations are tax deductible and very much appreciated, though not expected. So, let's review what's going on with this. So here's a bit of a review here. The first stream was on the 8th of November, where I focused on Capcom. On day 2, November 9th, I focused on Konami. Today, November 15th, I am focusing on Atari, with some Namco thrown in. And on day 4, which is tomorrow, November 16th, I'll be focusing on Taito for the final stream of this year. I mean, the final stream of this event. And if you want to donate, I've got some incentives for you all. So, for a $5 donation, I will do a custom level for Super Mario Maker 2 or the free-to-download Mega Man Maker, as long as you include the level code in your donation message or otherwise relay that information to me. For a $25 donation, I will do a 1-credit review from an arcade or arcade-like game of your choice, as long as you let me know which game you want me to cover. And for a $100 donation, I will do a topic request for either a countdown or a QG at the Arcade episode. In fact, there is currently an Extra Life video in the works, which is actually also a collab with my good friend, the Green Scorpion, and his good friend, Comic Foil. Yeah, that is Top 15 Metroidvania, so that is in the works currently. Alright, so a lot of today's games are either going to come from Atari 50, the anniversary celebration, including the DLC that they provided a code for me for, or playing on the Atari 7800. Alrighty. With all that being said, let's get to the good stuff. Yep, hey David Jones, Wisconsin, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the compliment on my aesthetic here. Yep, I will be playing Atari today. One thing I really like about this collection and why I ranked this one as my as the #1 retro game collection out there is because just how much there is to it, how much detail there is. Yep. So yeah, this is what the first.
You think we can get some breakout action in here?
Sure, of course we get some breakout up in here. Oh yeah, there are some Jaguar games in the mix as well. So yeah, this is the first arcade game, Computer Space, designed by the co-founders of Atari. Based on one of the first computer games, that being Space War. Yep. There's also some Lynx games in this collection as well, so, yep. Yeah, before there was Atari, there was Syzygy. And this is their business card here. This whole thing is so cool, like an interactive museum. Where did you learn to fly? Yep, we go all the way back to Pong here. Alright, let's, Yeah, it's too bad that Pong isn't exactly a, one-player game. But you can play it with the left stick and right stick, so... Yeah, and yep, and thank you for all you do, David Children's Wisconsin. Boink, boink, boink. Oh.
It actually looks like a classic Pong cabinet.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, apparently there's Yep. Yep. Good luck with that, Dave. Ooh, this is a story here. Let's see. Legend of the Broken Pong.
So everybody's heard the Pong story. Probably everybody's heard the Pong
Don't
story.
forget to empty the quarter
I've heard
bucket.
it many times,
Yep.
and from Al Alcorn himself, who designed Pong. So
The story I've heard is that they installed one of the first Pong machines
Yep.
in a tavern and let people play it as a test.
Put it out into an arcade and see if it makes money. I mean, that's
Just
the
it's
market
basically
research.
how location tests
My
work.
understanding was Ted built a cabinet, a tabletop, simple cabinet over the weekend.
Simple.
And a coin mech bolted to the side of the cabinet, tabletop type of big thing was sit on a barrel.
Placing a interactive video machine somewhere and having people play it was still a relatively new concept. Nobody knew if it
Yeah.
was going to go.
Oh, what is the name of the bar in Palo Alto?
San Jose?
No, it was Andy Caps.
It was Santa Clara?
Sunnyvale.
So we'll put it in Andy Caps. You know, it's a coin op game, be it fragile and humble.
Yeah, it was one of the first ever of its kind.
Well, my
so-
memory is that he gets a phone call, the game's busted, which of course is the usual thing you get on a support line. It doesn't work. What is it, and in what way does it not work? Well, it doesn't work.
The bar owner or manager at the time kind of yelled at them and like accused them of their game being shoddy because it had already broken down and it was no longer functioning or working.
And they get a call, later on that night and like, hey, this thing broke, Pick up this piece of shit game and get it out of here. This thing broke. I'm not going to waste my time fixing this crap.
But anyway, the machine, we got the word that it stopped working, and I figured it could be anything. And I'll go out there and take a look at it. And so I went to the machine.
First major video game.
And the first thing you do is you want to try to play the game, because the machine was on in a
Yeah, I mean,
trap
what's the
mode.
point of any video game?
So
Like
there was-
being able
it
to
was
play
working,
it.
but you couldn't start a game. So you open up the coin box to basically flip the micro switch to give yourself a free game, because I'm not going to waste a quarter,
And so they went down to see what's wrong with the machine to fix it, and what they found out was that it wasn't broken, it was just that so many people had played it, they'd filled the coin box with quarters, and it was jammed, and it couldn't take any more.
So many people had played it that it couldn't accept any more money.
The game is broken because it's stuffed so full of quarters.
Stuffed with quarters.
And it was a small, I remember it was kind of small, if I remember, it was a small space. It just filled up with the quarters and it wouldn't take it.
When I opened up the coin mech, all these quarters just gushed out. So,
Yeah, maybe
whoa,
putting the
that's
free game.
impressive.
It's the equivalent of like crashing a server when you launch a new website and it's so popular. So they crashed the server on Pong.
And one of the other reasons it was also so popular is because you could play it with one hand while you're still holding a pint in your other hand. And that also was one of those things that, eventually many years later led to the rise of the fun barcades that we have, and we can enjoy now.
as Al will always say with a little, twinkle in his eye, he goes, "This is a problem I can fix."
Basically, the way it worked was you take the money, the deal you have, and you split the take with the owner of the bar. And so I did that, and I had this sack of quarters, and the next day I come into work and I said, I got the machine fixed, and here's the problem. Goddamn thing's making too much money. And,
Wouldn't that be a wonderful problem
But
to have?
it was one of those great moments where something that supposedly was failing was actually such a huge success that no one could recognize. It was truly the ugly duckling version of technology.
Because remember, Nolan thought, he was like, this is just a placeholder until we get to design the really good game, because who's going to play this stupid shit-ass game?
They went on to produce all of these classic, memorable arcade titles for years that allowed the company to survive and be so much more than a one-hit wonder. So that's my understanding of the history of Pong.
It's a great story if it's true.
Yeah. And to think it started with
When a
just
story is good, you know there's something
two
bad about it.
paddles
Well,
and
that's too good to be
a little
real.
pixel.
It's probably a boring version of it. That's actually true.
You know, it sounds realistic to me. You know, I mean, I've kind of seen that happen in my own. And when you do get a really great game, the coins will just overflow, and
yeah.
You know, it's kind of a cool feeling.
It is. It would be, honestly.
Anyway, that's how that all happened. Yeah.
Do you have the Pac-Man Atari 2600 console?
I don't have the Atari 2600 Pac-Man version. I don't have the Pac-Man version of the Atari 2600 Plus because I wasn't going to double dip on something I already have. I have the original one, and yep, I have the original 2600 Plus, and honestly, that's all I need. So yeah, So yeah, Pong was so successful. It's like, yeah, eventually they made a home Pong console. And then, you probably know the rest about Pong consoles. Yep. They also tried their hand at pinball. Yeah, there were so many Pong consoles. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Then came Breakout. Because, if Pong's so successful, well then, why not make a single-player version of it? Alright, controls. Yep, here we go. Whoops. Beep. Yeah, back in the early days, before games were largely in color, some people put cellophane on arcade monitors to simulate the idea of color. Oop. Beep. Boop. Beep. Alright, how about another game of this? alleyway. Whoops. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Beep, boop. Beep, boop. Heh. Yep. The cartoons on the side were meant to simulate the actual breakout cabinet. Yeah, it's interesting how this was created by the people who would go to found Apple. Yeah, yes, the purchase of Atari by Warner Communications. Oh boy. Oh. High-strung prima donna. Sprint 8. Here's another game from the early days. Ooh, baby! Oof. Oh boy. Ah, the early days of game sounds. Woo! Gas, gas, gas! I'm gonna step on the gas. Alrighty. So that's what Sprint 8 looks like. Ah, the first electronic music visualizer. Sold commercially, huh? Ooh. I bet that would have looked fun. Fire truck. Fire truck's Dura-Stress solid-state electronics, huh? Let's check out Fire Truck. Alright, let's check the controls for this. Oh! Whoa, boy. Ah. Oh boy. Whoops. Beep. Beep, beep, beep. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, this was one of those more time-based games. I'll bet it was more exciting in an actual cabinet. Good! Featuring a cabinet with 2 steering wheels, Fire Truck was the first cooperative arcade game. Important button serves no gameplay purpose. It was put there just for fun. Ah. And here's Super Breakout. Okay, so cavity, double, or progressive. Alright, so... yeah, you can see those balls bouncing around in those cavities up there. Only, it doesn't make a bit of difference, guys. The balls are inert.
Shall we break out this game?
Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Beep.
Give me a beeping break.
Okay, that was a bit embarrassing there. Nope. All right. Beep. Panel's really small, though. It looks like a face. All right, let's try double. Oops. Beep.
Didn't you stream a breakout game a while back?
Well, that was the original Breakout. This is Super Breakout. So let's see what progressive looks like. I'll break out. Oh, break out Beyond. Yeah, that was also provided by Atari for me. So, yep. Ah, yes, Lunar Lander. And a new game called Vector Sector, which is part of the reimagined games that were included in this collection. Yeah, Lunar Lander was really tricky. Oh! 2 Mile Crater. Yeah. Ah. Dang it. This is a game that's slow and methodical. There. Oh boy. Landed hard. Oh! Low on fuel. Yep. Out of fuel. Yeah, this is a tricky game. Yeah, this was Atari's first vector game. Yeah, and Wendy Allen was the one responsible for creating the vector system that this game and future Atari vector games would use. Okay, this handheld from Atari has a most unfortunate name. Touch Me. And there were other handhelds based on some of Atari's games, like Super Breakout. Ah, yes, and here is the best-selling game ever from Atari's arcade business. Ah, yes, the absolute classic. Alright, let me review let me review controls here. Yeah, the idea is so simple. Yeah. Yep. Bam. Yeah. Simple yet so addicting. Even the UFOs are not immune to the asteroids. Oof. Oof. Yeah, Beat Hazard was had gameplay based on asteroids, with rhythm-based mechanics as well. Oof. Oof. But yeah. Ah, yes, and this is another one of Atari's biggest classics, Missile Command. Coin Op, half Cold War era cautionary tale. And this is a game that helped us inspire the tower defense genre. Yeah, the guys ready for some flashing lights here. Alright, the controls, Yep. Bonus points. All cities safe. Ah, crap. Dang it, I'm out of missiles! Yeah, this was an intense game for the era. No! The end. A haunting game over screen. Cosmos, the holographic handheld. But it never got released. And we eventually got Asteroids Deluxe.
Wasn't a game over inevitable in Missile Command?
Yes, it was. The ship looks definitely a lot more, well, the ship definitely looks a bit more advanced in Asteroids Deluxe. Oof. My bad. Ooh. The killer satellite! Yeah, this was a harder game than the original Asteroids. All these different arcade games to check out. We'll check out more of them later. But for now, let's check out... Let's check out some of the Atari games on consoles. Like the 2600 here. Ah, the original video computer system. Later known as the 2600. Whoa. Inflation certainly puts things in perspective. The VCS launched at $199 back in 1977. Which by today, adjusting for inflation, is $950. Again, this was not the first cartridge-based game system. That would be the Fairchild Channel F. And yes, the legendary joystick. And paddle controllers too. Ah yes, the impact of the VCS in their own words. What's a VCS?
On the simplest level, what the VCS, the Atari 2600, what that is, it's a combination of plastic and computer chips that enables you to play a video game, an interactive video game on your home television, which is something that never really happened before.
If you're making an arcade game, it begins as a hardware project. If you need something more in the hardware, just put it in the hardware and you can use it in your game.
Yep.
The Atari 2600, we didn't have that luxury. The game was already in Grandma's house. It was already hooked up to her TV. And all we could do is make a different cartridge, sell that to the person, he plugs it in.
It was the thing that made video games a worldwide phenomenon. And all it is it's a box that enables you to play an interactive game on your TV. But on a cultural level, that's such a huge thing to do.
It
because
is.
There were two things that achieved that changed the world, literally changed the world.
Wow.
One is it put computers in homes at a time where IBM only had about
We'll get to that
10,000
later.
PCs sold altogether. Atari had millions of units installed, and every one of those was a computer in the home. The other thing it did was it created an interactive medium with television, which was always a passive medium. Before video games, people were just zombies sitting on the couch watching TV. But video games turned people into zombies jumping up and down on the couch yelling at the TV. And that was a very different experience. And I think that was huge in terms of taking people from a passive state to an active state. And we're still learning the implications of that.
Yeah. The Atari VCS, or the 2600 as it later became known, was a really, really big deal. Yeah, the first game that was packed in with every Atari 2600 from 1977 to 1982 was Combat. And it's one of the first games I ever remember playing. Wow, just 2 kilobytes of data. Wow, all that code. Wow. The image here is 250 times the size of combat's data. Boom. Boom. Boom! Hey, did you see those tanks from Hammerfell? They have curved shots. Curved shots. And you can select the, yeah, the screen wraps around, yep. And I like how they include the game variations here. Here we got guided missiles, open playfield, guided missiles, easy maze, straight missiles, easy maze. Tank Pong. Hello, Red Xade. Heck, they even have invisible tanks here. And biplanes as well. And jets. J-E-T-S, jets, jets suck. Yep. Here's Seed Battle, Surround, also known as Snake. Looks like I'm the yellow snake.
To think we could have also gotten game show video games on the 2600.
Hmm. Yep, the point's already mine. Sound effects were so simple, but so effective at the time. Cut him off. Trap him. Canyon Bomber. 3D Tic-Tac-Toe. The first game created by Carol Shaw, the first woman to become a full-time game designer. Shaw later designed the hit game River Raid. Keyboard controllers, huh? Hunt and score. In other words, concentration. Codebreaker. Rain games. Don't watch TV tonight, play it! Ah yes, Activision. So yeah, there were times that people want to do their own thing outside of Atari, and then they became Activision. Unfortunately, they would eventually become the kind of company they broke away from.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Indeed. Unfortunately, the games made by Activision for the Atari 2600 are now the property of Microblizz, and couldn't be included on this. Ah yes, Adventure. In which players can explore worlds while finding and using items. One of the first secret Easter eggs. Ah. In fact, why don't we take a look at Adventure? So we got Small Kingdom, and Full Kingdom with random placement. Haha! Defeated by an arrow. Oh, not this way. Nor this way. Ooh, haha, sneaky. Hey, $10 from Del Fortune, thank you! Thank you so much for the donation. So that brings our total up to $826.68. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Alright, let's take a look at the instruction manual for this, too. Ah. Hmm. Ah, yes, talk about the difficulty switches, huh? Oh. Didn't realize I could actually move the bridge. Oh. Let me go get my sword back. Oh. I'll be taking that back. Down goes Dwagon. Let's see, how do I get back to that bridge? Alright, there we go. Oh, magnet. Hey! Time to return the chalice to where it came from. Yeah! This game would inspire games like Zelda and other dungeon crawling games. Hello, your friendly local friendly gamer. Yeah, we are doing well today. We've already got another $10 donation today. We're up to $826.68 right now. Dodge 'em. Oof. Ah, so close. Yeah, there was a series called Sword Quest. And all 3 of the original Sword Quest games are on this collection, along with the 4th game that originally never got made. One free turkey. Oof. Yeah, originally there was only Fire World, Earth World, and Water World. But Air World was created as part of this collection specifically. Unfortunately, the treasures are no longer in play here. Another $73.32 from your local friendly gamer. Thank you so much. Yep. And that brings us up to $900! Ah, and this one. The crown jewel of the 2600, Yar's Revenge. First game developed by Howard Scott Warshaw. Originally asked to create a home version of an arcade game called Star Castle, Warshaw decided instead to create an original VCS game and enhanced it with an elaborate storyline that was turned into a comic book. And last year we got a reimagining slash sequel to that game called Yar's Rising, which is a Metroidvania, which was developed by Way Forward. Warshaw was the first Atari designer to be officially credited for his own game. There's so much to learn in this, and the way they set it up is just so cool. How they produced it, they made a commercial that ran in theaters for the game.
A fly. I'll have a mutant fly. Hello, Yar. You'll need some protection. Ion zone. Shift chroma. Intensify.
This is a cool way to advertise your game, honestly.
You have a formidable enemy. The coat tile. Watch it, Yar. He has a lethal drone.
Be me?
And some
Me
other tricks up his
be.
sleeve. Spiral. Go. Good move, Yar. Now I have a surprise for you. A Zorlon cannon. Use it, Yar. Fire again.
Boom!
That's revenge. Yar's revenge. A video game. Yeah, this can be fun. This can be a lot of fun. Like asteroids. Get him.
Yeah, this is what they were using to advertise Yar's Revenge and the Atari 2600 at the time.
Now let's go into deeper space. Galactic map.
Ooh.
Sector 11. Hyperspace.
Awesome! Congratulations!
In. Cylon warships. Attack. Steady. Stand by. Photons. Star Raiders. That's it. Star Raiders. That'll keep them on their toes. Let's see what we can come up with next.
We're Atari. We have the vision, and we invented the technology to bring the excitement home to you.
Yeah, that's quite a commercial, huh? Ooh. Yar's Revenge Enhanced. Ah, yes.
Would have been interesting if it were played in a theater.
Yeah, that's the thing. That commercial was played in a theater. So how about we actually play some Yar's Revenge? Gotta watch out for the Kotile drone. Not gonna lie, it'd be more intense than Bomb Squad. Yeah, speaking of which, I might have mentioned this on my Blue Sky, but Atari is making a plug-and-play of the Intellivision. A couple years ago, they bought the Intellivision brand. And now they're using it to make a new plug-and-play Intellivision. Yep, oop. Yeah. It's called the Intellivision Sprint, and it's gonna include like 40 games on it, including B-17 Bomber and Bomb Squad. The code. Figure out the code. Ooh, missed. Kaboom! Oops. Oh! Blammo! Alright, blast away the area. Blam, blam! Boom! Oh yeah! That wasn't even planned. Oof. Well, that looked good. But the fact that it lets you select the difficulty that way, and nice and easily, definitely helps. Let's see, what did I miss here? Ah! Haunted houses. And let's check out Yar's Revenge Enhanced. Boom. And this is playing based on the original game's code. Whoops. Kaboom! Nope. Ow. There we go. Alright, so yeah. I'm gonna take about a 10-minute break so I can get myself stretched. And I'll be back with more of Atari goodness on Extra Life Game Weekends 2025. In fact, when I come back, we're gonna take a look at the Namco relationship, well, the relationship between Atari and Namco. So, let me just set up my, Alright, and, Yep. I'll be back in a few, so stay tuned! And we're back with more of Day 3 of Extra Life Game Weekends. We're continuing to raise money for Children's Wisconsin by playing all sorts of retro video games. Today is Day 3 of the event, and the focus today is Atari, the first majorly successful video game company and the company that probably had the most influence on video games as a medium. If it weren't for Atari, gaming probably wouldn't exist the way it exists as we know it, for better or worse. But the main focus is going to be on Atari 50, but also on other games for the Atari 2600 and 7800 that weren't on the collection as well. But with that, but before we get back to the game, let me remind you, we are up to $900 out of my $1,000 year-end goal, which is amazing. So, yeah, for just as a reminder of what we're doing today and tomorrow, and what we've been doing the past couple weekends, each of these streams on Game Weekends has focused on a specific company. Day 1 on November 8th was focused on Capcom. Day 2, November 9th, was focused on Konami. Today, Day 3, the 15th, we're focused on Atari. And tomorrow, we're wrapping up with Taito. All to raise money for Children's Wisconsin. If you want to donate, go to www.extra-life.org/participants/thequarterguy. And I do have some incentives for people who donate. For a $5 donation, I will do a custom level playthrough of a level from Super Mario Maker 2 or Mega Man Maker, as long as you provide the level code by whatever means. For a $25 donation, I will do a 1-credit review of an arcade or arcade-like game of your choice, so long as you let me know what game it is. And for a $100 donation, I will do a video topic request for either a countdown or a QG at the arcade episode. Just be sure to let me know what the topic is, however you can. And to continue our journey through Atari, let's talk about their relationship with Namco. As it turns out, Namco and Atari have a very important relationship with one another, which is explained in the Namco Legendary Pack DLC, which was provided to me by the good people at Atari. They actually provided me the code for the Steam version of Atari 50 as well, so that's awesome. Thank you so much, Atari! So, let's look into Pac-Man and Beyond. Namco Limited, currently Bandai Namco Entertainment Incorporated, the pioneering Japanese game developer that gave the world Pac-Man, Galaga, Tekken, Ridge Racer, and more, is a well-known name in games. But did you know that Namco's history as a video game maker started with one of Atari's first big mistakes? Yep. At 29 years old, Masaya Nakamura founded Nakamura Manufacturing Company in Tokyo, Japan in 1955. This company started out by operating mechanical horse rides for children on the rooftop of a department store. Wow. All those classic arcade games, and it started with a mechanical horse. Nakamura Manufacturing Company logo, and it was based on a wooden horse. Eventually, Nakamura Manufacturing Company started producing its own coin-operated amusement machines. It started using the Namco branding on some machines in 1971, and changed the company name to Namco in 1977. Nakamura Manufacturing Company. Namco. Meanwhile, in 1973, Atari tried to break into Japan, and it was not easy. Let's have a look, shall we?
We had Atari Japan that we ended up selling to Namco. Atari Japan actually put Namco in the video game business.
Wow.
Before that, the only thing they did were kiddie rides.
Why did you end up selling it to Namco? What?
Okay, we were young and dumb. And it turns out that in order to establish a business in Japan, you need all kinds of regulations, none of which we did.
Oof.
We actually started it by taking suitcases full of money, cash, and we rented a building, and we hired people.
In Tokyo? Or
in Tokyo.
Oh, man.
And it was a thing where all of a sudden they kind of started catching up to us, and we thought, okay, this is not good. Maybe we can sell it.
Did you make a profit on the thing?
We actually did.
Nice. All's well that ends well.
Yeah, but it was just, there's an interesting story there too. Pong for the home did not do well in Japan.
Too much space?
Kids wouldn't have their friends over. There wasn't a place. Homes were too small, and so kids would meet in a coffee shop or a karaoke center or something like that, but not at all.
Imagine Nintendo buying Atari.
So the
Oh
game
God,
that took
no!
off in Japan was actually Breakout. That's what established the consumer game market in Japan.
Okay, so while it was Pong that broke it open in the U.S., in Japan it was Breakout. In November 1973, Namco partnered with Atari to distribute Pong machines in Japan. This was Namco's first entry into the video game business. Namco continued to distribute Atari's early games in Japan, including Gotcha, Quadra-Pong, and Space Race. This Japanese language flair for which is pictured here. So yeah. In October 1974, Atari sold Atari Japan to Namco. Namco would continue to import Atari cabinets from the US and sell them in Japan. Like Breakout. They also, yep. Ah yeah, Video Golfer, huh? Starship 1. Yeah. Namco's first game on their own was a block-breaking game called GB. Oh, B me? GB. This is Starship 1. Super Breakout. And they released their own original games in 1978. And in 1979, they released their first big original hit, Galaxian. Yep, who here has seen my video on the Galaxian saga? And then in 1980, we all know what happened then. Pac-Man! Oh, this one's good. This one's got some depth to it. Probably because it's Pac-Man. Literally, it's Pac-Man, and it changed the course of the gaming market when it came out because it's friggin' Pac-Man! Well, Galaxian is one of the first shooters like that. Yep. Yep. And here we are. Here's the infamous 2600 port of Pac-Man. The first home version of Pac-Man ever released.
The subject of your first QG at the arcade.
Yep. Yeah, in case you need a reminder, this is what the first home release of Pac-Man looked like. Oh. Dot, dot, dot. Yep, all that flickering. Whoops. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, this is a straight emulation of the old games. Yep, they even kept the glitches. So yeah, here they talk about the origins of this version of
coin-op
Pac-Man.
lab with the current leading coin-op games in it. They're in the VCS division. So we had a Pac-Man coin-op around, and honestly, it didn't really grab me the way Defenders did. Defenders was the game that really sung to me. Bob Pilar remembers this differently than I remember it, but the boss at that time, Dennis Coble, said, okay, there's 2 projects to be done, Pac-Man and Defenders. And Bob said to me, I don't see how to do Pac-Man, so I'll do Defender. The thing that made the dots was what's called Playfield. So Playfield was for, in the 1975 arcade games, was the chunky stuff you were driving around that was static, that was just fixed, that you couldn't change. But you could actually get in on the 2600 and change the playfield on the fly. Now, the maze is basically what Playfield was for. Using the playfield for the dots was not what Playfield was for, but we did. It wasn't easy, but basically, in the same way you could chop the screen up into vertical slices, you could say,
you
in
see how
this
those ghosts
slice,
are flickering
when I get
so
to this part of
badly?
the slice, I'm going to go through and change the background as we go across the screen. But if you actually want to change them during the gameplay, if you want the second half of the screen to be different from the first half of the screen, you actually have to go and rewrite the playfield registers while the electron beam is moving across the screen. And that is doable, and that is how I did the dots. And then after that, we had discovered Flicker. Now, Flicker and Pac-Man is
that's
a big deal.
Yeah, that's the thing.
One of the things you can do is just say, I've got 2 things that you can draw. 1975, 2 of those was great.
Mm-hmm.
Now we had 5 of them on the screen that mattered. Pac-Man has 4 ghosts.
Yep.
And a Pac-Man and a fruit, which is actually 6 things that you would call players in some of our parlance, or sprites in normal video game parlance.
With those limitations, it was pretty hard.
They're little cartoon characters. They change across the screen like the dots you're picking up. They're
it's like
just
really hard to program it properly.
Pucks.
On.
And there's only 2 of those. So, Flicker happened.
Yep.
Right. Flicker happens by saying, I'm going to always play the Pac-Man, and I have 4 ghosts, and I'm going to draw one of them every 4th frame. And that's it.
Oof.
And then the ghosts are sitting there. They're on for a frame and off for 3, and then on for a frame and off for 3, and it looks horrible. And people know that. And I do so, and I say, look, they're ghosts. I mean, you could see them. They were good enough.
Yeah. You had to work around limitations like that. Mm-hmm. But of course, Pac-Man was also an two-player alternating game.
I made this decision in Pac-Man to support the 2-player game. So for me, what I consider
that was
to be
important.
really important about the coin-op game, and a lot of coin-op games do this, they're 2-player games. You come up, you put in 2 quarters, player 1's up, player 1 gets through however far and then loses, dies. And then player 2 comes up and plays their screen.
There were so many
And when
limitations
they
that
die,
they had to work around.
Player 1 comes back and their screen is saved where they left off. Right, so this is, you're both
They had
progressing.
to work through a lot of this.
Basically to see who can get the furthest. Right, so you have to pick up where you left off for that. Storing what your score was, which is not that bad, but where all of the dots were and what level you were on in terms of difficulty, used, I'm going to say, a lot of ROM. And I laugh when I say a lot of ROM because a lot of ROM was like 22 bytes. Right, but 22 bytes is a good chunk out of 128. There's 128 bytes of RAM. What's the problem? What are you whining about, Todd? But in
you
that
got to
case,
remember the era.
That was a decision I made. I really looked forward to people in living rooms having
you had to
cleanup
consider
experience,
like
having a more
how
social
much
experience
memory
than watching
was
another
the time.
person play the game straight through and then taking turns that way.
I can recount. Knowing that Pac-Man was coming, we did a pre-order and we went to Sears. I got the Sears Telegames version of it, the black box version. Our whole family hopped in the station wagon. We went to go and we waited in line. We would play 2-player.
You got to remember that the VCS
my mom, my dad,
is old,
and we played this game
and way back in the day
quite often. And we had our own kind of tournament kind of going on in the family and everything like that. But I was
they had such
when you
insane
think about it
limits
as a
back
multiplayer
then.
game.
It never occurred.
So many restrictions to work around.
It didn't have to be a 2-player game.
I love that it was a 2-player game.
But I imagine people sitting on their couch in their living room with their buddy after school playing a game and then going to the other game.
So I had it timed to precision because when I was in school, we had a half-hour lunch. And I lived about 5 minutes away from the school. So my friend and I would run home. And the importance of having a 2-player mode was it kept it fair.
Yeah.
Because if one of us just started playing, the other person didn't get a turn.
Right.
And I think that after they just play through all
Until
their
the
lives.
whole games, right?
Yeah. And so that really sucked. So 2-player mode was essential when you had very time-critical
Well,
play.
kind of not just that. I imagine that the
really is
the whole emotional dynamic of, okay, my turn. I'll see how I do with this life.
Yeah.
And then, okay, now it's my life. And then yours, it's like, and like I get what you just said, the alteration.
Got another thing
is at
happening in a
finer
few
grade.
minutes, but I
So
will
you
be
both-
back in a
you
few
both
hours.
get more
Okay,
time.
Alex
You get
Godcast.
maybe the same amount of playtime total.
But we ended up we went from a very competitive, when it was just one game at a time, to us actually kind of like cooperatively wanting
Yeah,
each
it's
person
quite
to do
fascinating
this.
just
I don't know
what
the
they had to work
psychological
with
reason
way
for that
back in the
was.
day, and how they were able to create stuff like this. Ah yes, National Pac-Man Day.
It's cool that they're embracing the infamous 2600 version of Pac-Man.
Ah yes, and let's take a look at the commercial for Pac-Man.
First the Pac-Man eats through a maze of dots. Then the Pac-Man heads for the corner spots. Then he eats his fill of a power pill.
They make it look so exciting.
And Pac-Man eats them all too.
Only Atari makes the Pac-Man home video game, and you can only play it on an Atari video game system.
Have you played Atari today?
Have you played Atari today? Yeah, so this version of Pac-Man was made for Atari's 8-bit computer line. Let's take a look at the difference. Okay.
I don't mean to diss the Atari, but the games look like they were rough in the eyes.
So this is the, yeah, now you have to have, like, yeah, now you have, well, yeah, now you have to have, like, 16 or 32 gigs of RAM to run any of the big games, at least. Oh. Aww. It must have been like a pixel off there. Munch. Nom 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 nom. Oh! Don't you just hate when that happens? The power pellet just wears off, like, right as you're about to munch the ghost. Oh!
When do you think the Pac-Man DLC will launch for Sonic Racing Cross Worlds?
Pac-Man DLC? I think that's coming early next year. Yeah, we got the Sonic DLC for Pac-Man World 2. Hey. You know what would be funny? If they released a special title update for Mega Man 11 with Sonic content. Considering that Mega Man's coming to Cross Worlds as well. This particular port did not have the intermission cutscenes. However, I believe the 5200 port did. Bing, 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 bing. Yep. Uh-oh. Trapped!
I'm amazed they went and made a new cutscene from the Sonic DLC in Pac-Man World 2.
Ooh, I'll have to see it. Oof. Extra life obtained. Speaking of extra life, who's going to be the one to put us over the top? Alright, that's 2 stages down. Like I said, this version does not have the, intermission scenes. Oh! Oh, that would be cool, Gemini Dragon, if you could do that. Alright, so that's what the Atari 800 version of the game looks like. Yeah, this version plays more slowly and does not feature the animated intermission sequences. A lot of box concept art here. Okay, this box art for the 8-bit computer version looks weird.
I won't spoil what the Eggman boss is in the Sonic DLC for Pac-Man World 2. Unless you already know, to the surprise of no one.
Pac-Man? More like Dorkman. But Atari actually published a couple of Namco's arcade games in the US. It wasn't just Midway publishing them. For example, I talked about Dig Dug earlier this year. So let's play some Dig Dug. Alright, dip switch settings. Alright, even as that CRT filter. Inflation! Splat! insert DeviantArt joke here. Oh no, you're not leaving. Oof.
I seem to remember there was a Kim Possible version of Dig Dug on PC.
Ow! Yep, I indeed got roasted. Oh! Got a little too close. Still find it crazy to believe that this game exists in the same timeline as Shadow Labyrinth. Oh! Just a little late. And there were a couple of games that celebrated you getting the high score, and this was one of them. Yep. Puka was an unlockable character in Pac-Man World Rally, huh? Yeah. This game takes place in the same timeline as Galaxian and Galaga and Starblade. Yeah, nowadays it's weird seeing that Atari logo with Dig Dug, but back when it was first released in the US, that's how it looked. And this is what the flyer looked like. In magazine ads. And this is what Namco's Dig Dug flyer looked like in Japan, where it originally came out. And they had a promotional campaign for Dig Dug, including a trailer that ran in theaters. Let's have a look.
I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending the 3rd International Conference on Science and Technology. This afternoon,
What the heck is that?
Well, I don't know, but that's another one.
Good gracious, there goes another one.
They're multiplying.
Meanwhile, at a nearby farm.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin. Mysterious underground creatures are moving your way.
We have a problem here.
Come on, everybody. Take a chance. We're going to do the dig dug dance. First to tunnel through a wall of dirt.
Actually, okay, this is okay. Remember when ads were like this and not the whole? Yeah, game commercials really were something back then. It is pretty weird. Yeah, they're cheesy as hell, but we love them for it.
Where are your women now? Huh? Where are your women now?
Dig Dug is just.
Yes, sir. All right, let's get cracking.
Yeah, I think they showed this in theaters. Funny how they don't have game trailers in theaters nowadays. Crazy, isn't it?
They're called hookahs, and dig dug.
What happened?
All they want is for us to play with them so we can all have a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Dig Dug's the greatest lineup of them all.
Well, Atari presents Dig Dug. Yeah. That was an official Dig Dug commercial. Alright, now let's try the Atari 5200 version of Pac-Man. Now, as we all know, the Atari 5200 bombed mainly, well, for one thing because of the crash, and another thing because, okay, the crash didn't happen yet, but one of the reasons that the 5200 bombed was because of its infamous controller. Alright. Pac-Man for the 5200. Let's see if we... I think... Hey, you notice that this... So, what do you notice about this version compared to the version for the 800? It's a little faster, isn't it? More brighter! This is the version for the 5200, as compared to the version I played earlier for the Atari 800 computers. Bloop. Alright, one stage down. Bing, 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 bing. Oh. Gotta stop hesitating. Gobble, 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 gobble. Oh. Oh, I got trapped. Alright, let's try that again. Because I think this one also... Because I think this version does have the, Nope. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Through the mountains! Secret, 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 secret tunnel! Yeah!
Dumb question. Did anyone ever watch the Hanna-Barbera Pac-Man cartoon at all?
I can't say I have. But I know that Pac-Man was based off of it. I got trapped. Boo whoop. Ah! Dang it! Getting careless. Nice. Ah! Okay, don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. Alright, got that one up there. All right, let's get us a cutscene. Yep, this one's got the cutscenes. Oh, dang it!
What characters types do you think Pac-Man and the Ghost Gang will be in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds?
Not sure. Alright, so that's the 5200 version of Pac-Man. Meanwhile, we got Galaxian on the 5200. And this box art makes 0 sense. Okay, so this version is identical to the Atari 800 version.
By the way, today marks the 20th anniversary of the release of Shadow the Hedgehog.
Ah, the day Shadow met the devil, like from the Bible. Hey Shadow, it's me, the devil. Whoops. Boop, 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 boop. Blast 'em, blast 'em, blast 'em. Boom. Oof. Let's see how much further I can go. Oof. Game over. Yeah, the 5200 itself was based on Atari's 8-bit computer hardware, so this version's basically identical. And as for Xevious, it would be Atari that published Xevious in the US, around the same month as its Japanese debut. And the grandfather of all vertically scrolling arcade shooters. Yeah, for those of you who followed my playthrough of Shadow Labyrinth, the Xevious series is where GAMP came from. Actually, let me adjust the controls here. There we go. Boom.
This game was unlockable in Star Fox Assault if you got all 10 silver medals.
Yep. Boom. that simple background loop there. Ow! Oh, the Bakura. Ouch. Oh, hey, it's the Nazca lines! I'd say I'm doing pretty well right now. Oh boy. And then this thing shows up. Ow. A fortress. I believe it was called Nandanok Gilness. Boom! Oh! Game over. Magazine ads. Xevious flyers, too. Yep, and there's an Easter egg here. The 60 different levels in Xevious each show one slice of a larger world map. The full map shown here is not ordinarily viewable in the game. Ooh, they got design documents too. And there was Galaxian for the Atari 2600 as well. So let's see how this version looks. Yep. I got this. Boom. Blast away! Alright, oh. Oops. I guess I messed that up there. I guess that was a reset. Alright, let me just check something quick before we move on to the next thing. Alrighty. Huh. Alrighty. Yeah, it's also happens to be Pokemon Wild Area Global going on right now. So before we move on to this thing, I'll just catch up on things there, including this Shadow Darkrai. So, in the meantime, got any questions for me in the chat? Yeah, Tales of Xillia is getting remastered. It's out. That remaster is out right now, I think. Alright, got myself a Shadow Darkrai. Alright, let me catch this. Let's take a look at this video as well. The making of VCS Galaxy.
The job at General Computer was actually my first job. You know, they had just inked a deal with Warner, Atari's parent at the time, to do a whole bunch of games, and they didn't have enough people to do it. So, you know, they were happy to find more people. And they said, you know, can you program something with 128 bytes of RAM? And I thought they meant 128K, which was a reasonable amount at the time, only to find out later when I showed up that it was much smaller.
Oh,
and it was a great experience. One of the reasons that Warner came to General Computer was they thought that they would get a more professional atmosphere and work product. But again,
when I talked about top 10 Atari Incorporated arcade games,
we had an arcade,
I did mention the General Computer Corporation.
You know, everybody was really top notch. In '83, GCC hired more MIT graduates than any other company besides IBM and Xerox. So everybody was really good. And I was one of the oldest people. I think I was all of 27 or something. Glenn Parker was actually part of that team as well. For Galaxian, it was just Glenn and myself. Glenn was a great programmer, and he was doing the gameplay. I was doing the graphics.
It's quite impressive what they were doing there.
To learn how to do that, you know, we could ask each other questions or whatever, and he was sitting right in back of me, or I guess on the other side of me, and so we could bounce things off of each other on a constant basis. There was also Hattie Goodson, who did the music and some of the early graphics, because I can't draw and I can't do music. The music is actually really hard on the Atari 2600 because it's not a full octave. She had to kind of skip parts to make it sound right. So that was really great that she could do that. I don't know how long that would have taken us to do it. The other problem, though, was that the graphics on the Atari couldn't really handle the number of sprites that were available in the actual Galaxians. If you remember, Space Invaders, it was really only 6 across because that was the standard thing. I will I'll give myself a little credit here, but I managed to discover through, again, kind of random luck, a way to get 8 things on a line and be able to turn them off and on. And that was really
sometimes you just get
hacking
really lucky.
the code and freaking out the chip so that it did things that weren't part of the spec. And that's, I think, what really made the game. And then, of course, we went to the Consumer Electronics Show where it was shown for the first time. And it was, again, quite an ego stroke to kind of stand there and watch the programmers from other companies come and go, how did they do that? And so, you know, that I was kind of standing off to the side so I could kind of watch. So, you know, I think Patty did a really nice job with the music and the sound effects, and the visuals were at least looked real. And, you know, the graphics weren't as chunky as they were.
That was some impressive work.
I mean, Atari gave it to us at GCC because they thought it was an impossible cartridge. And so, you know, to be able to come back and say, oh, by the way, we figured out how to make it work was really a big win.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they say, the impossible is just the possible that hasn't been done yet. Alright, that takes care of the nice throws. And this is what the box art looked like for the 2600 version of Galaxian. Meanwhile, we've got Dig Dug for the Atari 8-bit computers. And this promotional art. Alrighty. So let's take a look at this version. This is for the Atari 8-bit computers. Splat! Wait for it. Slow. Kasplampo! Oop. Yep. Uh-oh. Splatto. Alrighty, got those. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, let me get the mushroom there. Splat! Okay. Okay. Next level. I don't know how that just passed through me, but... Okay, we take those. Oh boy. Oh. Meanwhile... Here's the version we got on 5200, which was based on the same hardware. Yeah, quite a stark contrast, huh? Yeah, I think I would prefer the 8-bit computer version of this. Grabbing that. Oops. Up we go. Oh, I couldn't catch him. Oh! Ah, I got caught. I got. Alright, so I'm going to take another 10-minute break, and then we'll check out the last few games on this DLC before going back to the main collection. So, I'll be back in a few. All right. Let's get back to the good stuff with more of the Namco Legendary Pack provided by the good people at Atari as part of Atari 50. On Extra Life Game Weekends 2025. So, want to see what Dig Dug looks like on the 2600? Yeah, obviously there's going to be some flicker here. Yep, run away. Pop up. Oof. Ooh. Gotta pick up the thing. Oh. Moving for the exit. Splat! I'll grab that. And splat that. Grab that. Oh yeah! Splat! I'll grab that. Goodbye. Oof. I'm grabbing that. Splat! Oof. Yummy. Splatto. One way or another, they go splat. Bop, bop, bop. Oof. Got a bit careless there. Oops. I'll grab that. Alright. Curse splat! Oh! Well, that was a good run. Now let's check out the commercial.
It's not termites. It isn't mice. It's Dig Dug, the new video game cartridge from Atari, console sold separately and hooked up by an adult. You dig for balloon men. You dig for dragons. You can dig yourself into all sorts of trouble. The question is, can you dig yourself out? Dig Dug, the Atari video game cartridge. Versions available for all Atari systems. Console sold separately.
All Atari systems. Now let's see what the 7800 version looks like. This is a day one release for the 7800. Okay. And they still use the same ditty from the 2600 version. Oops. Yeah, graphically this is the closest to the arcade game as any of Atari's ports were. Splat! Aww. Ooh. Squash! Uh-oh. I died. So yeah, Galaga was also ported to the 7800. So according to planner Shigeru Yokoyama, Galaga is a portmanteau of Galaxian and Ga, the Japanese word meaning moth. Appropriate for a game about space bugs. And here's the box art. These ports got solid marks overall. Yes, this was the first home port of Galaga. Released in late 1986. The NES port would come later. Let's have a look. Blast 'em! Of course, fighter captured. Yeah, got the double ship time! Up. Oops. Well, that didn't last long. Oop. Well. Oh! Again? Again? Challenging stage. At least I got something out of that. Oof. Yeah, I was chasing too much. And last but not least is the 7800 port of Xevious. The final game released during this golden era of Atari Namco partnership was the 7800 version of Xevious. Computer Entertainment's review of Xevious praised the 7800 conversion but criticized the skimpy black and white game manual and its lack of crucial information about the game's enemies. But apparently, Xevious almost came to the 2600. And here are the obstacles. Let's play this version of Xevious. Yeah, that little background ditty is apparently very easy to emulate on the 7800. Oof. Ouch, I got cornered there. Oof. Oof. Ooh. But I have to say, that is a good port. That's a damn good port. And that brings us to the end of Atari and Namco's relationship. And to the end of this DLC pack. So yeah, thank you to the good people of Atari for giving me the code for this DLC pack. Yeah, it was neat. Yeah, Atari had a lot of influence on the early days of gaming, including other companies, particularly Namco. Looks like I missed one thing here. Yep, there was something here. know there's something that I missed for the 100%. Let's see, where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Ah, there we go. 100%. I was just missing having a hit. Having zoomed in on something here. Let's look back at more of their arcade titles. Warlords. Let's try that. All right. Yeah, this was a game for up to 4 players. In this game, you have to repel the dragon's flame and knock out your opponent's castles by destroying the core there. This is basically a competitive form of Pong for up to 4 players. And of course, we can't talk about Atari's classics without talking about Centipede. Designed by Donna Bailey and Ed Long. Ed Log. Why don't we play here? Ooh. Oof. Oh. Yeah, that was a game over. Let's try this again. Alright, next. Next one. Next. Oof. I got dive bombed. Ouch. Yeah, but Centipede's a challenging game. You gotta be aware of what's going on. And then we got Tempest. Atari is defining the future. Alright, let's play some Tempest. Let me just check through the... Alright, and the Super Zapper is X. Alright, let's play some Tempest. Alright, in we go! Super Zapper recharge. Further down into the breach. Ah, there's spikes coming up now. Oh, those aren't spikes. Oh, there are spikes now. Gotta avoid those. Ooh. Dragged into the abyss. spikes. Yep. Next up. Oh! Ooh. Boom. Kaboom! Whoops. Well, that's Tempest for you. It can get intense, really. Maze Invaders. With a visual style reminiscent of Pac-Man, which was very popular in arcades at the time, Edlog's game Maze Invaders combined navigation of a dynamic shifting maze with shooting action. After it performed poorly in focus tests, however, Maze Invaders was cancelled, although a prototype version has been preserved and is playable here. So let's see what this prototype has to offer. Oh. Next. Ooh, the maze is shifting. Ooh. From Maze 8, we go down to Maze 9. And the walls are constantly shifting. No. No. Continue previous maze. One thing that's really cool is when prototype games are added to collections. Come on, I gotta find a place to get up there. There. I can't get out! From Maze 9, we go right into Maze 13. For Maze 13, we go down to Maze 14. No! Okay, I can see why this would have frustrated some test players. Okay, from Maze 14, we go left into Maze 15. So Maze 16 this way. Oh! Alright, so we're gonna go this way. And with the maze constantly shifting, it can be tricky to get forward. Okay, so Maze 17 now. Okay, so this is Maze Invaders, a prototype that was never actually released to the public until this collection came out. Alright, so. Yep. Yep. Centipede co-creator Ed Logg's Maze Invaders combines two of 1981's most popular arcade genres, shooters and maze games, but it did not test well enough to reach production. As a result, only a few prototypes of Maze Invaders were created. Alright, let me check up on something. Alright, claim. Okay. One last quick thing here. Yep. Impedips showed up. Okay. Okay. Let me just set something up here. Muffin! Alright, nothing of need here. Alright. Let me just... What's for lunch? I didn't have much of a lunch, to be honest. I did have some quick protein snack. Okay. And just a bump in my stream again. Ah, chicken, broccoli, and cheese. That sounds good. Let's see what else we got here. So, had Maze Invaders actually been released, it wouldn't have been called Maze Invaders. Atari's creative and legal teams came up with some options, including Maze Man, Wandering Wilbur, and With It, but ultimately settled on Pudgekin. Well, Space Duel, a full-color version of Asteroids for 2 simultaneous players. Space Duel allowed players to operate independently, or in a manner oddly reminiscent of Fire Truck, as a pair of linked spaceships working as a team. Its lead designer was Owen Rubin. 2 players, 4 speakers sound feature. 2 speakers were positioned below the marquee and 2 under the control panel. And here's the original artwork. Let's check this out. Alright, here we go. Yeah, Pudgekin does kind of sound like a Cabbage Patch ripoff. Hey, can we have Cabbage Patch Kids? No, son, we have Cabbage Patch Kids at home. Cabbage Patch Kids at home. Ah, you briefly had a Teddy Ruxpin, huh? Uh-oh. Enemy ships. Oh. That did not go well. Oh, what's with the fireworks for a game over? Probably because I had a high score. Yeah, this is a game meant for 2 players. Gravatar. Tiger 2XL tape player? No, I can't say I have. Another vector graphics shooting game with controls similar to Asteroids. The big twist in Gravatar, as the name implied, was that the player had to fight off the forces of gravity while they carefully made their way around the terrain, eliminating enemies and gently picking up fuel tanks from the surface. From 1982. Oof. So yeah, this basically combines stuff like, okay. Yeah, this is kind of complicated. Okay, let me check the controls again. Okay. It's the B button where I have to use the tractor beam. Oof. Ouch. Oof. Okay, mission complete. All right. Hup. Ooh. Oof. Yeah, this is a pretty complicated game. I mean, you gotta be... you gotta fight gravity, and you gotta fight, enemy ships, too. Ooh, notoriously difficult. Developers Mike Halley and Rich Adams say the game is so hard they have never completed their own game without cheating. Yikes. So Millipede was a more challenging and more complex version of Centipede. Millipede's development was led by Ed Logg, although without Donna Bailey's input. The well-known game and hardware developer Mark Cerny, then just 18 years old and a new hire at Atari, worked on Millipede. And there's a fantasy backstory here. Apparently this was originally the plan was to consider this like Centipede Deluxe. So let's check out Millipede. Alrighty. So we got dragonflies, mosquitoes, earwigs, growth, bee, inchworms, beetle, spider, and the millipede itself. And DDT bombs, which can destroy enemies in the blast radius. Whoops. Oh, be me? Me. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ooh, ouch. Here comes another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. And another one. Ah! Well, that's that. It is basically how Edlog described it, a centipede deluxe. Liberator. Massive rotating planets displayed at the center of the screen gave Liberator a distinctive eye-catching draw. Using characters from the Atari Force comic series by DC, Liberator played like Missile Command in reverse. Shoot down the missiles that are being fired from the planet's surface. So this is basically the promotional flyer. Fewer than 1,000 cabinets were produced, making it rather rare. The galaxy has been invaded by the evil Malaglon army. Commander Champion of the Atari Force has chosen you to become the Liberator. The people of the universe are depending on you to free them from their evil masters. Join the Atari Force in Liberator. Your mission, shoot red flashing missile bases on the planet. Message from Commander Champion. Warning, long-range scanners detect enemy scouts in your sector. Alright, so now we take on the... Alright, scan the... Yep. Bonus! Next bonus ship at 15,000. Alright. Next level. No! Ooh. Player one. You look at this game on MTV, huh? No! 6 bases. No! Game over. And that's what Liberator is like. Yeah, it's like... It's it's a Missile Command in reverse. Well, let's look at Quantum. Quantum creator Elizabeth Betty Ryan was the first woman to be employed as a game programmer at General Computer Corporation. She also programmed several Atari console games. Designed by Betty Ryan of General Computer Corporation, Quantum made unique use of a trackball controller combined with the detailed graphics of a color vector monitor. Players drew curved lines to encircle atomic particles, clearing them off the board. If they got a high score, they could leave not just their initials, but their signature. Okay, so let's take a look at Quantum. So, all right. Captured. Three. Bing! Oof. Nope. Oh, I got a little careless there. Bingo! Ooh. Watch it, watch it, watch it! Ouch. Oof. Game over. Whoops. Alrighty, let's try that again. Yeah, you can get bonuses from the other particles. Just very hard to do so. Hup. Boom. Ah. Blam. Ouch. Ooh. Favorite Atari game? That's hard to. That's hard to say. There's so many of them. Yikes. Ooh. Well, let's try this again. Nice. Hup. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, that takes care of those, Yep. There we go. Next. Ow. Oof. Ouch. Boom. Stage 9. Alright, so this is the cool thing about this. If you get the high score, you get to enter in your initials here through the trackball. Yeah, you get to add your signature. Like that. That's a pretty cool little feature there. Being able to put in your actual signature using the trackball. So, how about I show you another unreleased prototype? This one is called AKR, a colorful shooter by Dave Ralston and Mike Halley. The name is apparently derived from the phrase also known as another Ralston Halley, with some extra letters. AKR was produced in 1982 but never officially released. Probably because it's extremely complicated. Players defend a central turret from enemies on all sides in this fast-paced game that shares some gameplay elements with Missile Command. After testing of the prototype stage, Atari chose not to manufacture the game, making this arcade prototype quite rare. But this would inspire a remake of the unreleased game many years later. So yeah. The prototype was made in 1982. Place cursor in sector and fire. Press zoom when warning flashes. Hold fire button for rapid fire. Press zoom when enemy leaves. Destroy retreating aliens. Okay. B controls fire weapon. Okay, so it's the A is the weapon, X is the power blaster, and B is zoom. Beep, beep, beep. Ooh. Gotta push the enemy back. Alrighty. So are you guys keeping up? Ooh. Enemies repelled. Ah, they swarmed me! No! Bye-bye. Black Widow. Rather than being sold as a full arcade cabinet, Black Widow was only offered as a conversion kit that arcade operators could install to turn their Gravatar machines into a game more closely resembling Tempest. Black Widow was a very early example of a twin-stick shooter in which the player used one joystick to move and the other to fire in all directions. So before we got Robotron, we got Black Widow from Atari. Shoot bugs, then tag grub stakes. Oops. Gotta watch it there. All right. Hep. spider! Ouch. Next wave. Ooh. Spiders! Ouch. Oof. Game over. This spider-themed twin joystick shooter was offered as a conversion kit for Gravatar game cabinets after that game proved less successful than Atari had hoped. Black Widow has since earned a cult following for its frantic gameplay. Hey, let's play Food Fight! While most of Atari's arcade games tended to be abstract and not feature recognizable characters, the movement towards marketable mascots in the mid-'80s produced Food Fights, starring bright-eyed, blonde-haired Charlie Chuck, a young lad who just wants to steal an ice cream cone without angry chefs getting in his way. And there was promotional t-shirts for it, too. No, this is Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. I'm not a Krusty Krab. Patrick, that's the name of the restaurant. Huh? Ooh, fish paste! Alright, dip switch settings. Alright. Yeah, this is just the demo mode, yep. Time for a food fight! Introducing Oscar, Angelo, Jacques, Zorba, starring Charlie Chuck. Stay away from chefs, eat the cone before it melts. Alrighty, here we go. I'll be taking that ice cream. Ha! Lol. Lamau even. Gulp. Least favorite Mega Man X villain? Redips, easily. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba! This could have been a Three Stooges game because pie fights. Let's see that again! Instant replay! Oops. Whoa, that was a close one. Gulp. Okay, I'm gonna say. Gulp. It's funny how Charlie's head just grows just those comic proportions when he eats his ice cream. Yeah, baby! Crystal Castles. Another colorful mascot-based game was Crystal Castles, starring Bentley Bear. Originally played with a trackball, Crystal Castles mazes were rendered in a unique pseudo-3D style that gives it a distinctive look. Bentley would go on to star in Atari carts via the Atari Jaguar console. Thoughts on E.T. on the Atari?
All with 1 quarter.
E.T. on the Atari is freaking frustrating. Unless you have the manual, you have no idea what you're doing. And while I won't say that it caused the crash of '83, it was definitely a contributor. Let's play some Crystal Castles. Alrighty. the gems, Bentley Bear! Oh. Whoops. Okay, reset. Ba, 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 ba. Honey, oh. Honey! Broop.
Honey, I'm home.
Doomsdome. Dynamo was a pretty cool rival character. I kind of wish they'd bring him back. You've sure had a lot of questions, Selena's Kitchen. Ba, 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 ba. Bertilda's Castle. Oh. Need the hat to kill the witch. Wait for it. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, be me? Me be. Mark, this is good news. We can finally do. We can be bees. This isn't your world, but we can be bees. I got the last gem. Hidden ramp. Oh? Oh, shoot! Yeah!
Bees, my god.
Bees, my god. And here we have Major Havoc. Two games in one! More like three, actually. Designed by Owen Rubin with some participation from Mark Cerny, Major Havoc is like a buffet tray of game genres, combining spaceship shooting, platforming, and more. Its unique design makes it a cult classic of the era, and one of the more unique uses of the vector display. And it also has a, there was also that fan project called The Promised End.
Don't think I want to cause some major havoc.
Alright, Let's play some Major Havoc. Let's make sure we got our settings ready. Ah yes, adaptive difficulty. High scores! Major Havoc, 1983 Atari. All the score tables here.
Solid Havoc, maybe.
Yep, and they've got the whole how to play spiel right here. You are Major Havoc, the leader of a brave litter of clones. You are them, they are you, all from one from all, fighting for humanity. Eons ago, the evil Vaxian Empire overran the galaxy. Most of your ancestors were enslaved and taken to the Vaxian homeworld of Maynard. Only a few scientists escaped. Today, their empire is all but vanished, yet Vaxian space stations, controlled and defended by robots, still patrol the galaxy and keep your people prisoner. The small band of scientists cloned you, Major Havoc, to fly your catastrophizer through a wormhole in space and to lead your clone army against the dreaded Vaxian robot armada. Destroy the enemy space stations and land on the planet of the Vax to free your people. Deposit coins now to finance your clone army. You may even earn a bonus clone now and then. End of text. Friggin' high max. Unnecessarily frustrating. Oops. Docked. Time to get out of here. Bye-bye! That's one flagship down. Time to land on the next station. Pick up docks for extra oxygen. Whoops. Ah! Player one. Alright, now we make our way forward. To the next one. Use shields to destroy one robot or fireball. Ah. Okay. Wait for it. Oh, no. Okay, wait for them to pass. Oh no, I forgot to activate... the shield didn't activate in time. Ah! Okay, I'm being careless now. No! Let's try this one more time. Ooh. No! Messed up the jump. No! No! Yep. This game is a cult classic. Firefox. The advent of Laserdiscs allowed arcade games to present full-quality video sequences, although designers had to get rather creative with them because interactivity was extremely limited. Firefox used footage from a 1982 Clint Eastwood movie. Players could insert more coins when starting a game in order to lengthen their flights. Sadly, it's not part of the It's not part of the actual collection. All right. No, E.T. is not in this collection. Cloak and Dagger. The 1984 movie Cloak and Dagger had a plot that centered around an Atari 5200 game cartridge of the same name. That game was never actually produced, but Atari did create the arcade version, which was only produced as a conversion kit to be used with Williams arcade games like Joust and Defender. Not related to Marvel. Loosely based on the 1983 action movie, Cloak and Dagger began as a project called Agent X. As a spy, players must steal information, defeat robots, and escape an underground lair before it explodes. Okay. Alright, controls. Okay, the igniter is the right trigger. Your mission. Recover the stolen plans from the evil Dr. Boom and destroy its underground bomb factory. Yep. Alright. Stage clear. Beware of explosive boxes. Uh-oh. Exit! Light the fuse! Use igniter to light fuse for a big bonus! Made it! Map arrows show safe path through the minefield. Exit! Boom. Your shots will carve a path through caves. Nope! Uh-oh. There we go. Avoid bubbling acid pits. Made it through. Fuse going to be lit at close range. Ow! But yeah, that's Cloak and Dagger. All right. So the last game on this part of the collection is iRobot, the final arcade game produced by Atari Incorporated before it sold off its arcade division in 1984. iRobot was also the first arcade game produced with true 3D shaded polygonal graphics. Players could choose to play either play the action game or use a 3D drawing program called Doodle City. Alright, let's hit the dip switch settings. This is not based on the this is not based on the Isaac Asimov novel, nor is it based on the movie. Nor is the movie based on this game. Alright. When the eye is open, you do not want to jump. Oh. Boom!
Don't think the public would have been ready for that kind of game.
No. Boom. 999 points bonus for shooting all Tetras. 25,000 points bonus for best space score. Wait for it. Wait for the eye. Oh, do not jump if eye is red. Wait for it. Oh, shoot birds. Birds! Probably my least favorite Kirby boss is Pie Ribbit. Zap! Yep. Bonus! And a warp. Oh boy. Ooh, don't want to get squashed. Game over. Start buttons change view. The lower you play, the higher you score. All right. Yeah, this game also got a remake thanks to Llamasoft. All right. Insert coins to continue. While Atari's origins were in the video arcade, it had also created the first device that would put video games, and by extension computers, into millions of American homes. And we already went over this whole thing. What goes up? In the summer of 1982, Atari was at the top of the world. Its games sold millions of copies each. Millions of people around the world played Atari every day. And major new games were on the horizon. But the video game industry's fortunes were about to turn. But, I'll be back with more of that. But first, I gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back with more of Atari 50 on Extra Life Game Day Weekends 2025. Hey! We're back! Welcome back to Extra Life Game Weekends, Part 3! Today, featuring the highs and lows of the first major video game company, Atari. So for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time for this event, this is the third of 4 special 12-hour marathons for Extra Life Game Week, as I'm continuing to raise money for Children's Wisconsin through Extra Life. So if you want to donate, go to the pinned links in both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. That'll take you to my donation page fast and easy. So far, we're at $900 on the year. So who will be the one to push us over the top? Well, we'll find out. And don't forget, tomorrow is the fourth day of the event and the last day of the event, featuring Taito. So, let's get back to the good stuff. Or the kind of good stuff, huh? The less good stuff, huh? It's like Trouble in Paradise. The game industry was about to suffer a major market crash in 1983, but that didn't mean there were no games to play. On the contrary, some of the best games for the Atari 2600 were released during these years. With the impending release of its next-generation platform, Atari 5200, Atari rebranded the VCS to the Atari 2600. It released a new model of the system with the same form factor, but without the 1970s-era wood paneling color scheme. The 80s had arrived, and the wooden game machine was out. Today, we understand that there is a video game console cycle. Game consoles become obsolete after several years and are replaced with new technology. But in 1982, this was not widely understood. With higher-powered competition on the market, Atari wasn't sure what to do in response. Stick with the 2600? Introduced new hardware? As it turns out, it tried to do both. In 1979, the toy company Mattel had released Intellivision, a game console with a 16-bit processor and other technological advantages. Its advertising positioned Intellivision software, particularly its sports games, as superior to Atari's. By 1981, Intellivision had sold over 1 million units. The first console war had begun. Yeah, funny enough, Atari is about to release a plug-and-play Intellivision, in case you didn't know. Because Atari now owns the Intellivision brand. And in 1982, Atari launched the Atari Club, a customer loyalty program, a B-317 Bomber, is one of the games on the Intellivision Sprint. In 1982, Atari launched the Atari Club, a customer loyalty program that players could join to purchase Atari products directly at discounted prices, as was issues of the new Atari Age magazine, which is pictured. Games that were sold exclusively through the Atari Club have become high-priced collector's items today. Atari Age, whose legacy continues. Atari Age magazine advertised games like this one, Demons to Diamonds. A more lighthearted, more accessible take on the target shooting genre. Let's try it. Ah, these are fast. Yeah. It can be pretty fast-paced. Real sports. Faced with stiff competition in the sports genre on rival gaming platforms, Atari introduced the Real Sports series, which promised an upgraded experience from the sports games of the 1970s. The first two games released were Real Sports Baseball and Real Sports Volleyball. Well, it was still held back from anything... Okay, so yeah, Real Sports Baseball, with the original cover art, and Real Sports Volleyball. Later came Real Sports Football, and then came Sword Quest. The first one being Sword Quest Earthworld. By far, Atari's most ambitious project for the VCS, Sword Quest was to be a 4-game series, each game hiding a complex puzzle that would lead to a single player winning a $25,000 prize crafted from gold and gemstones. The first game released was Sword Quest Earthworld, programmed by Dan Hitchens. Todd Fry, the Atari game designer who conceived of the Sword Quest project, discusses how this ambitious concept came about in this video feature.
So Adventure was a really popular product. And we were kind of, there was some vibe around maybe a sequel to Adventure. And somewhere in there, I got the idea of doing a series of games that were contests with comic books with real prizes made by Franklin Mint. We were part of
could Sword
Warner
Quest be
Communications.
considered the first
And
esport?
somewhere along there, we had started to be doing bits of comic books with the games. And because Warner Communications owned DC Comics.
Ah, yes.
Warner Communications, I happen to know, I don't know that anyone else
DC
was paying
comic.
attention, also owned Franklin Mint. Right? Franklin Mint being a collectible company. I don't know, you know, they made plates and little figurines and stuff.
I wonder who owns these treasures
and
now.
medallions and
Or if they,
not
if
my
they haven't been
theme,
melted
but, you
down
know,
yet.
It's a creative world. It's hard to talk about this without going me. I don't love going me, but a lot of it was, I consider myself to basically have been the showrunner of Sword Quest. The concept was mine. The literary concept, the material. So the games are actually moderately literate and erudite, right? The whole story is put together as a lot like a Grail quest or something in Joseph Campbell. It would
Basically,
be a hero's journey, a spiritual evolution, a life. It's a story of a life, of a energetic, a magical life, right, through these mystical systems. So I pulled a lot of, I embedded it in a lot of historical culture of mysticism. And
So that explains a lot of what the map is based on in the Sword Quest games.
It was brave, it was ambitious, it was audacious, and it had a certain je ne sais quoi, but I don't know what it is. You know, I'll back up a little bit. There was kind of a bizarre effort to do a combination of Twitch and adventure game, to merge and to create.
This
an
is so
action
insightful,
adventure.
honestly.
I think Howard tried this in Raiders, right, where he tried to make an adventure game that was built into an action game and merge the two. So I consider Howard and I to be some of the pioneers of action adventure. Got to say this in a certain way. So you'd play this action game and maybe get a clue, a prize that you'd add to your inventory. And if you had that in your inventory, then you could unlock, then you'd be on this map. You wouldn't necessarily see the map, but you'd be inside a maze, and a door would open in the maze, and there'd be another action game there. And so it was kind of like a first-person adventure with action elements. That was basically, and you know, I gotta, looking back at it when I say it that way and knowing what was in the times, it was very audacious. And it was actually very creative. It was really,
yeah,
it was really cool.
It was ambitious. Too bad it didn't pan out in the end. So vital clues to solving the game's puzzles were hidden in each book. Mm-hmm. And thus the sword quest began. Yeah, take a look at these these treasures are quite something. No gear. Mm-hmm. Yep. There we go. And this the beginning. Alright, so which way do we proceed? Alright. Oh. Wait for it. Get through each barrier. There is the comic book in part of the gallery. Whoops. Whoops. Wait for it. Whoops. Gotta make it through. This is part of Sword Quest Fire World. Don't touch the barrier. Okay. Wait for it. Hey, more treasures! Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's like, thing is, I don't have time to read the comic, though. But basically... Hmm. 16-4. So basically, the idea of the contest is you'd have the right items in your inventory and you'd come across clues like this, and they would, go into the comic book and find the clues to the, solution. Yep, that's how it worked. Oh look, the official Atari handshake. They had all sorts of stuff like this. And now we come to the Atari 5200. In late 1982, 5 years after the launch of the VCS, Atari finally released a next-generation game console, which it called the Atari 5200. The technology inside was roughly equivalent to that of the Atari 400, 800 home computers, and the games were largely similar to the computer versions. Of course, one of the Atari 5200's most unique features, and the one it is most derided for to this day, was its analog control stick. This gave the player more fine-tuned control over the gameplay, but since the stick did not automatically center itself like modern analog sticks, it was much less fun to use. Yep. It was a controller that was ahead of its time. Too much so, probably. If only it could automatically center itself and not malfunction so much, it might have been better off. And there we have the trackball. About as big as the console itself. Yeah, good idea gone horribly wrong. Yeah, even the engineers were against it, apparently. So yeah, now I got Super Breakout for the 5200, which was a pack-in game. Which also had normal Breakout on it. Okay, yep. Boink. 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 Yep. But the manual added some backstory. If you can believe that. And then we got the Atari 5200 port of Missile Command. Oof. Boom. Oof. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. No! Yeah, at least we can play some. At least we can play some Atari 5200 games without that controller. The end. Now let's check out Star Raiders. Mario, where are you? The outer space combat game Star Raiders is considered the killer app for Atari's line of computers, but the 5200 version with its various small improvements to the design is generally considered to be the definitive edition. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Alright, let's check the instruction manual, huh? Oh, whoops. Whoops. Yeah, it's a bit more complicated than I would want. So the 2600 version of Centipede. Then came Sword Quest Fireworld. The Fireworld comic. Yeah, but even with the blockier graphics of the 2600, Centipede is still fun to play. Beep beep. Boop, 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 boop. Ouch. Beep, 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 beep. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, even with all that. Quadron. Designed by Steve Wolta, Quadron was the first 2600 game to use voice synthesis. It was released exclusively through the mail order Atari Club in limited quantities, making it a high priced collectible today. Just as the industry was starting to crash. Quadrun. All right.
Quadrun.
Whoops. Messed up there. Uh-oh. Oop.
Quadrun.
Whoops. Yeah, it's an unusual game here. Quadrun. Quadrun. Snags 50. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is a pretty odd game. It's a rarity here. Yep. Here we got Real Sports Soccer, tennis, and basketball. But this one was never officially released. And then came the crash. So yeah, let's listen to this.
When you have a tragedy, and I do believe that the fall of the video game industry in the early 80s was a tragedy. It was a tragedy to many, many people.
Mm-hmm.
It changed a lot of lives.
I think it's pretty obvious when it comes to the video game crash that Atari didn't have control over the quality.
I mean, it needed some sort of way to keep just anybody from writing cartridges for it.
So
Real
many people
Sports was
saw
an Atari
this
brand,
video
yeah.
game gold rush, and they just started dumping crap. I remember going into KB toy stores and just seeing really bad box art and just terrible looking games. And
Yeah.
that's when I started losing interest, and the market became flooded just with garbage. And it ultimately led to of course things like ET being actually buried in the desert like garbage.
Yeah.
And what
That's
happened
one of the
was
big
that
contributors to the
became
crash.
the
A
face
lack of quality control.
of the crash of the video game industry, and I, of course, was the butt behind the face. That's kind of the way it went.
Greed and hubris, that's what undid Atari. If they just had worked more from a place of focusing on making great games and delivering great games to the customer instead of how can we maximize revenue, I feel like they'd still be a huge powerhouse today.
Frankly, Warner did not understand technology. He didn't understand the consumer marketplace, the video game, and so, and Ray Kassar, was afraid of releasing new product because it might not be as successful as VCS. So that's a sure way to fail.
I regret that we didn't have a new console by '84 that would have made it so that Atari continued to be a really viable business.
We never, ever got down to ever having any process by which we could come up with a better system.
Even to say, I think people do believe that, like, if they just released like the 5200 earlier, or if they released the 7800, or they had done
that's a lot of
things,
things that they're a lot of what
could never have,
ifs.
like, they would have survived the crash a lot better, and they would be like a powerhouse today. You know, like as a kid, I didn't know much about business, but I just felt like something was wrong.
No one knew anything. Certainly no one knew how to replace an existing console with a new one.
The real one-liner about why the game industry crashed and went away is that it was a first product life cycle and nobody knew what to do.
Yeah. And let's not forget the infamous burial. And it was not just E.T., but other games too, like Centipede. Alright, let me just clear some of these out.
It's the Miner 2049er.
Oh! Alright, transfer these out. Alright, let me just check something here. Yeah. Let's check out this one here. Just one of hundreds of third-party Atari 2600 games that packed the shelves in 1983, although it was of higher quality than most. Early platforms, but adds new gameplay mechanics like shoots and various obstacles. Up we go. Up, down we go. Whoops. Chocolate! Chocolate! Hup. Oh, I guess you can't avoid the shoot if you want to get that. If you want to get that. All right, this away. Come on, get there faster. Nice.
Guess you gotta shoot some ladders.
Yep. Whoops. Alright, so now I've got a clear shot to finish the level. Whoops. Alright, now I just gotta get up to the top here. Alright, pizza time, huh? Oh, fall damage! Because of course there's fall damage. But yeah, this was actually a pretty good port. Saboteur. Atari designers, Atari designer Howard Scott Warshaw's final game would have been a shooter called Saboteur. Warshaw left the company before it was completed and it was never finished. This playable version is a nearly finished prototype. Let's check it out. Bing. Oof. Okay, so that was phase 1, now phase 2. Ouch. All right, next one. Ooh. Bonus! Come on, a little more. Ooh. Ah. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Shame this never got fully completed. Hmm. Hmm. I see. So that's how that works. Ah yes, and there was this 2600 report of Gravatar and Sword Quest Waterworld. Sadly, this one never happened, and then... Yep. And then would have come Airworld had the crash not happened. Atari never released Sword Quest Airworld, and thus it never gave out the final prizes of the Philosopher's Stone or the Sword of Ultimate Sorcery. In this all-new game created in 2022 for Atari's 50th anniversary, you can experience what Airworld could have been. Alright, Atari Age article for a left-handed joystick, huh? Just by swapping a few wires. G7? Ah, looks like there was a canceled 5200 prototype for Millipede. Oh, great. Are you spamming? Is someone gonna spam 6-7 in this chat? Let's check out this prototype. Up. More flies. Up, 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 up. Go, 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 go! Whoops. Oop. Ah, I was careless there. But that's a nice prototype port. I see. Let's check out the 2600 port of Crystal Castles now. Okay, this is actually quite an impressive for the tech. Oh no! Oh, be me? Me be. But yeah, it's impressive that they managed to get a game like that on the 2600. Meet the new boss. Warner sold Atari's home and computer division to Jack Tramiel, the former CEO of Commodore, in 1984. Tramiel laid off most of the staff, slimming Atari down considerably to focus on a new generation of home computers, not video games. That's sad. Bounty Bob Strikes Back. Very few console games were released in America in 1985. One of them was Bounty Bob Strikes Back by Bill Hogue, the sequel to Miner 2049er. This Atari 5200 version, released in limited quantities to the few players still using the platform, is by far the rarest game on the system. Let's boot it up. Big 5 Software presents Bounty Bob Strikes Back. Let's check this out. Whoops. Let's try that again. No! Okay, I'm being a bit careless here. No! Ah, you gotta commit a jump arc. Oops. Hup. There we go. That's how we do it. Utility hoist. So that's the idea. Now there's a 7800 version. Alright. So this is the Atari 7800. Originally meant to be released in 1984, the next generation Atari 7800 console was put on ice until the video game market started to make a comeback in 1986. In addition to playing its own lineup of games, it was fully backward compatible with 2600 cartridges. So yeah, the 7800 was, I think, it might have been the first backward compatible console. Yeah, the controller for the 7800 in Europe looked more like this. So this is the Pro Line controller. Originally designed as an upgraded controller version of the 2600 controller. Meanwhile, yeah, like I said, the joypad was sold in Europe, and it gave players controllers similar to, like, controllers from Nintendo or Sega, like the Master System or the NES. You could also screw in this little joystick here, if you felt like it. Alright, so this is the 7800 version of Asteroids launched with that system. So, let's see how it looks compared to the arcade version. They use more they use more detailed sprites here. Oh. Oops. But as for an alrighty. So yeah, on the 7800 controller, the thruster was pushing up on the control pad, and hyperspace was done by pushing down. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hup. Oof. Ah, nice. But now we got the centipede port of now we have the centipede port for the 7800. So let's see how it looks in action. Playfield reminds me of Robotron 2084. Oof. Ouch. But yeah, this is a good-looking port. But like it said, games like it showed that Atari's attempt to compete in the high-end video game market with ports of 5-year-old arcade games is going to have limited success. In addition to the 7800, Atari rolled out a smaller, budget-priced revision of the 2600, retailing for just $49.99. It was a very affordable alternative, and Atari began to put more 2600 games on the shelves. So we got games like Solaris here. Released in 1986 of all times. But it looks like it was originally planned to be a licensed game for The Last Starfighter.
I guess no Nintendo mention?
Well, this... It was never really going to be, yeah, the Nintendo ports were never going to be really shown in an Atari collection. Alright, more fuel. There we go. To the planet down below! Alright, refuel. Target the enemy. Taken off. Later, Renexid! Forward! Going down! Running low on fuel here. Ah, I missed the fuel. Stop. Ah, crap. I'm gonna run out of fuel. Come on, come on! Oh no, it's gonna be game over. And that's game over. That's quite impressive for a 2600 game. Real Sports Boxing. Secret Quest. A lengthy adventure game that even had a password system. From 1989. A large cartridge. Size of 16K. Good example of how far 2600 software had evolved by 1989. Meanwhile, we got Dark Chambers. A dungeon crawler for the 2600 and 7800. This was based on Dandy, the same game that would inspire Gauntlet. Let's see this. Let me show ya. Entering level A. Remember, don't shoot food. How many kills do you have to make? Ah, there's the key. And those are the generators. Ooh. Entering level B. Destroy the generators! Alright, a stronger sword. Oh, another treasure. Next, level C. I'll be taking that key in level C. Oh, that was a trap. I'm gonna get some cheese for myself. I'll grab that. Alright, this way. Entering level D. Hey, at least I have chicken. Wall chicken, that is. Ooh, a key. This away. Hey, you know what would be really freaking awesome? If Atari could reclaim the rights to all those games that were under the Atari Games label. You know, the ones that are currently under the ownership of Warner Brothers. Level E.
Or maybe raise enough money to buy WB Games outright.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Oh, dang it! Shot some food by accident. Actually, you know what? Let me save the game data here. So we can move on. While the video game business crashed in the mid-1980s, the home computer business thrived, and Atari played a major part in bringing computers into homes. The dawn of PCs. Oh, let me just check something quick here. Okay, where...
I would rather have a Batman game be released under the Atari label as opposed to David Zaslav.
Heh. Indeed. Alright, there we go. Alrighty, let me just check something up here quick, and then we can move on to the dawn of PCs. Alrighty. Alright, the dawn of PCs. Starting in the 1970s, the personal computer began to carve out its own place in the family home. And for millions of first-time computer owners, the name on the box was a familiar one, Atari. In November 1979, Atari entered the burgeoning personal computer market with a pair of 8-bit machines dubbed the Atari 400 and the Atari 800. At $499, about $2,022, and $999, about $4,000, these were considered to be low-cost machines. These were low-cost?! Oh man, inflation's a you-know-what. One key selling point was that they could be connected to a standard television, not an expensive monitor. Yep. In the 1960s, the phrase home computer would have been considered science fiction. But as microprocessor technology rocketed forward in the 1970s, Atari was able to create low-priced machines that connected to televisions. Suddenly, the dream of the home computer was a reality. Yep. Alan Aldo sold these computers, huh? The 499 Atari 400 computer's defining feature was its monopanel membrane keyboard, which was lower cost and could better survive a drink being dropped on top of it, but otherwise made typing a laborious chore. Its low price, though, garnered it twice as many sales as the 800. So these are the ads of the 400. An ad from 1981, huh?
How's business?
Morning.
Terrific. How do you keep track of your customers?
My Atari 400 home computer. Excuse me, Dad.
Why Atari?
Shopped around. It's a lot of computing capability for such a low price.
Use it all?
Sheriff, life's not all fun and games. There's homework, I even program. Atari has lots of software, not all the others do. And of course, only Atari has games like Centipede. Well, we executives have to unwind.
Atari home computers. Only Atari puts so much in it for you.
Yeah, they don't make ads like they used to. The key upgrade in the Atari 800 model was its full-stroke sculptured keyboard, although it also included a second cartridge slot, output for a monitor instead of a TV, and the ability to upgrade its built-in RAM with extra memory modules sold separately. The first gaming PC. Yep. The first Atari computers were really just souped-up game consoles. So this was Star Raiders, huh? Yep. Original cover art. And Atari's computer killer app. The Atari 830. Before fiber and Wi-Fi, going online with your personal computer required a slightly different procedure. The Atari 830 acoustic modem let you attach your telephone handset to your computer so you could dial up a local bulletin board and connect with other Atari users. Cavemen of Mars. And Caverns of Mars. In late 1981, Atari established the Atari Program Exchange, or APX, a division that would publish and sell the best Atari computer programs submitted by users. The biggest APX hit was Caverns of Mars by Greg Christensen, a vertical-scrolling shooter in which the player infiltrated a cavern, set a bomb, then escaped. Atari later released this under its own label. Here's the original cover art. Let's check it out. Oh. Kind of reminds me of a vertical scrolling version of Konami's arcade game Scramble. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Oops. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Pew 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 pew. Enemy destroyed. Bomb timer set. Escape time 30. Nine, 8, 7. Oh, dang it! No! Game over. But hey, that's a cool game. That is a cool game. And there's and there is a minor 2049er for the Atari computers. One of the best-selling computer games of the era. Let's see how this version compares to the 2600 version. For Station 1, Zone 1. Up, up, up. Oh, get... Up. Oh, no! Gotta start all over. Go, 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 go! Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. I'll be taking that. And finish off this. Station 2, Zone 1. Uh-oh. Gotta watch out for the chutes. No! I'll be minding that. No, I overshot the jump! Game over! Boom, boom. Ah. Interesting. Juggles house, huh? Education hardware. I mean, education software, huh? In March 1983, Atari attempted to update its 8-bit computer line for the 1980s, producing the sleek metallic accented 1200XL. The updated design concealed the fact that it was roughly identical to the 400 and 800 under the hood. The high $8.99 price tag made it such a non-starter that Atari took it off the market within months. Atari quickly moved to replace the failed 1200XL with two cheaper, smaller models. The 600XL and 800XL were fundamentally identical to the 400 and 800, but with more RAM. But this time, the cheaper pricing, $199 and $299 respectively, combined with the updated look, were a hit. The 800XL in particular was Atari's best-selling computer model of all time. I'd say that looks like a more reasonable model here. Ah, so here's what they got here, here's where they got Alan Alda advertising these Atari computers. It's going all the time. Atari Soft. Atari's main advantage over its rivals in the home computer market was its vast library of well-known exclusive games. In 1983, Atari apparently decided it could make more money by simply providing those games for its competitors' machines. The Atari Soft division was a huge hit, although it came to an end after Jack Tramiel took over. A new era. In June 1984, Jack Tramiel's company acquired the assets of the Atari Computer and Home Gaming divisions from Warner Communications. Tramiel renamed this company Atari Corporation and set about developing a new 16-bit PC aimed at primarily at competing with his old company, Commodore. And here's Bounty Bob Strikes Back, again. So yeah, this is similar to what it was before, so, yep. So now we got the Atari ST back in 1985, embracing the then new concept of the graphical user interface, letting users point and click on the screen with a mouse. The ST line was mostly successful in Europe, where it became a popular gaming platform. The Tramiel-led Atari Corporation also gave the 8-bit computer lines one more upgrade, introducing the low-priced XE line. And under $200, it had the redesigned look of the ST, but was fundamentally the same computer that dated back to the 1970s with the 400 and the 400 and 800. And they still kept going with the 8-bit architecture with the Atari... Okay, that's an unfortunate name. I'll just say the Atari XEGS. Atari's last main computer here. It's like now nearly 10 years old. The Atari 8-bit architecture got one more release in 1987 as the Atari XE game system. Atari released a new line of game cartridges with the XEGS branding, although most of them were essentially the same games that had appeared on the computers in the Atari 5200 home system. This made it difficult for the XEGS to compete. Yeah, very few games were released under this branding. Yeah, I guess you could say that this is a certified to the surprise of nobody moment. Let's see how this port looks in comparison, though. Ooh. Yeah, this feels rather choppy and a bit too fast compared to the arcade one. Yeah. Only 32 games released under the Atari XE computer banner. Yep. Jack Strikes Back. Having been ousted by the company he founded, Commodore, just after it launched the Commodore 64 computer, new Atari CEO Jack Tramiel was focused on defeating his former company. But with Atari and Commodore so focused on each other, it was Apple computers that ended up the most popular machines of the era. So these are the first models of the Atari PC. Yeah, by 1987, the IBM-compatible computers were dominating. Yeah, but even Atari tried to get their foot in the door with these babies. And these were some, and they even had a basic palm-top computer before it left the computer business. The first palm-top PC. Yeah, it was really basic, but it was a first. Oh, it appeared in Terminator 2, huh? And the Atari Falcon, Atari's final computer, a 32-bit machine that was only produced for a year. Shame. Yoomp. Created in 2007 by a 4-person team from Poland, Yoomp is an action game in which a bouncing ball travels down a tube. The sophisticated graphics show how much can be done with 1970s hardware and decades of know-how. Wow, 2007. That's impressive. Alright, let's try it out. Yoomp. Is the ball bouncing with the rhythm here? Boom, boom. Sweet. Yeah. Ooh, this one's a bop. I'm digging this music. Oh. You died. Oh. Okay. Gotta stay focused here. Who else is digging this music? Yep. Lubber. Ooh.
Something to remember me by. A picture of me and my lubber.
Oh, game over. That's pretty cool. Yep. Ultimately, the dominance of the IBM-compatible PC meant Atari's exit from the computer business in the early 90s. That was already planning a big move back into video games. The 1990s and beyond. Atari comes roaring back. A pair of deadly felines leads Atari's charge into a new decade, as it introduces its first handheld platform and its first CD-ROM system. Meanwhile, the Atari 2600 just keeps going and going and going. So yeah, they try to get back to the video game market with the Atari Lynx. Cool idea on paper, honestly. It was designed so that players could choose to flip it over and play with the buttons on the left and the directional pad on the right. For people who are left-handed. Now let's check out this video on the Lynx. The underappreciated handheld.
There were so many things near the end of my early days with Atari that I wished, like everything we felt was underappreciated. Like I bought a Lynx and I was trying to find people to play the Lynx with me and everyone else had a Game Boy and I was like, you guys,
yeah,
Slime World, let's do this, let's play Warbirds, come on.
And the Lynx was totally Sam's baby. He loved the notion of the hardware, and Sam, man, he loved the Lynx into the ground, right? Against all odds. He wanted to make it successful. You know, we did the original one that was sort of the original design, and then he was like, no, we got to double down on it and do it and make it better.
Being in the Bay Area, you see these ads, come test video games. So I think I tried out at a few places. Electronic Arts comes to mind. Didn't get the job there, but was lucky enough to kind of get the QA job at Atari. Back in the day, I think it was a lot more fun. People playing 4 Lynx games and then having them all go out of sync and then having to track that down. Like, probably at the 1,000th time that happens, it does get a little old. But I think back in the day, you actually got a lot more input into the games. So a lot of the last Lynx games like Lemmings and some of the early Jaguar games like Cybermorph, the QA department actually got a lot of input into those games from a design perspective. You know what? I think the Lynx is great hardware. I like the fact that it was colored.
They even tried to.
I think the fact that you could have this like 4-way local multiplayer.
They tried to clap at Game Boy.
20-some years later,
unfortunately, that was their mistake.
I am buying a Lynx with a RGB output because people are still modding them, and selling them on eBay and stuff, right?
Yeah, Lynx ended up being a cult classic.
Why are you playing those baby toys when you could be playing a Lynx?
Yeah, let it not be said that they did not try. Yeah, they had stuff like Ninja Golf. And Basket Brawl. And this would end up being the last game for the Atari 2600, Fatal Run. It would also be one of the last games for the Atari 7800. And this one was only released in Europe. Whoa. Hup. No, 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 no!
200 miles per hour with your kids jumping on the front seat.
Oh dear. So this is one of the last Atari... Yeah, so this is one of the last games for the 2600. Wow, to think it lasted that long, 12 years. And to think that the 7800 only had one side-scrolling platformer. Scrapyard Dog. Let's try this one, though. Oh boy. Whoa. All right. Oof. This is quite cheery for a level in a scrapyard. Level clear.
How stupid would one be to get killed in a single tire hit and run?
World 1, Level 2. No one home? Knock, knock. Oof. Yeah, there's a lot of momentum going on here. Knock, knock, knock. Money! Oh, nothing there. Bonk.
We'll buy a truckload of jawbreakers.
Oh, come on, let me... Wait for it. Alright, stage clear. The sewer, huh? World 1, Level 3. Yuck. Oh! Continue for oh. Go back to world. You go back to the first. Ah. Let's see how the Lynx version compares. Oh boy. Okay, this does feel better. I should really learn to be quiet. Okay, that took 2 hits. Vroom. Nope, not staying there. Oof. Well, at least the controls don't feel as slippery. Oof. Ooh. Well, like I said, at least it feels better. Turbo Sub. Basketball. Yeah, the Lynx was having stiff competition from both the oh boy. Then came the Jaguar, advertised as the whole first 64-bit game system. Unfortunately, we know where that went. And some games include plastic overlays to use the number pad. It wasn't really 64-bit, was it? It was actually powered by two 32-bit processors nicknamed Tom and Jerry, because of course. And of course, we've gone through Cybermorph. Where did you learn to fly?
Good luck.
Let me just do... I have to do this.
Avoid the ground.
Avoid the ground.
Avoid the ground. Avoid the ground. Avoid the ground. Where did you learn to fly? Avoid the ground. Avoid the ground.
Yeah, but not even gonna bother with that. Mm-hmm. Trevor McFurr in the Crescent Galaxy. Yep. A horizontally scrolling 2D shooter starring an anthropomorphic leopard. Trevor McFurr in the Crescent Galaxy was the only other launch game available on store shelves for the Atari for the Jaguar's November 23rd, 1993 launch date. Let's see if this is at least decent. Well, this is a rather inoffensive shooter. Evolution, Dino Dudes. Known on other platforms as The Humans, Evolution Dino Dudes is a platform puzzle game in which you have to lead a tribe of early humans through a series of puzzling levels. Originally announced as Malibu Beach Volleyball, this sports game for Lynx was eventually retitled to put the focus on the handful of pixels worth of attire sported by its competitors. Yeah, the Atari was really trying to push the Jaguar. But here's one of the good. But here's let's see if Tempest 2000 is any good. Jeff Minter's psychedelic reworking of David Thoreau's abstract arcade shooter added power-ups and a techno soundtrack. It helped define Atari's Jaguar console in a crowded mid-90s market. Tempest 2000 became one of the platform's most successful titles, selling more than 30,000 copies. Was that a big number back then? Somehow I doubt it was. Trippy. Hey. Excellent. Particle lasers! Zappo! Hey, I can jump now! Outstanding. AI droid! Excellent. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god. Eat electric death! Particle laser! Zappo! Next! Super Zapper Recharge. One up. Super Zapper Recharge. Whoops. Avoid the spikes. Super Zapper Recharge. Oh, I got caught. I got. Ah, I got again. Ah, whoa! Super Zapper Recharge. Ah, I got caught. Outstanding! Huh, one more for warp. Excellent. Ooh, this, oh, I got caught. Zap, 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 zap. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god. Whoa! Eat electric death! Zap it. One up. Oh, I got got. I got got! I have to look up the... Whoa! Eat electric death! Uh-oh. Game over! That was trippy. Yeah. Hello, we got Club Dino. Fully 3D free roaming driving game, huh? Yeah, price drop. Jaguar CD. Yep. So basically, they dropped the price just to add an add-on, which is the same price as the main system. let's take a look at Super Asteroids and Missile Command on the Lynx. No! Take that! Okay, later! Boom! Bing, ding, 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 ding. Bingo! Hip. 2-1. Alright, meanwhile we got... Spot the elephant. Yeah. And Jaguar came up with a Pro Controller, too. Pinball. Jaguar Kiosk in Colorado. Missile Command 3D. And this was planned to be a VR game. Yeah, though they're working prototypes for this Jaguar VR thing. Perhaps the failure of the Virtual Boy scared them off. Yep, and Atari got its own kart racer too on the Jaguar. And this game, Fight for Life, which is particularly known for being particularly bad. Yep. Jaguar was not very well remembered. So in 1998, Hasbro acquired Atari and eventually sold. The assets were eventually sold to Infogrames in 2000, while Infogrames renamed itself to Atari Incorporated and is now known as Atari SA. And in 2021, Atari released the new Atari VCS, which is a mini PC inspired by its old works. And in 2020, Atari launched a line of games known as Atari Recharged, a series of modernized reimagined classics like Missile Command, Centipede Asteroids, and Gravatar for PCs and consoles. Yep. And 2600 is still going strong through the process of homebrewing. Yeah, the homebrewing community is pretty strong for this system. Let's have a look.
I feel the best Atari games ever made have been made in the last 5 years. I think the homebrew scene is incredible. People have figured out, and it's unfair to compare because the original people had like 5 weeks to make, ET.
Yeah,
or whatever. Then
5
and
weeks.
Now people can take, it's like a hobby, you can take as long as you want, and you have access to like special chips and stuff. But still, they're still working, eventually making carts that you plug into your original Atari 2600 and they run and they're super fun.
We saw it evolving, and there was a lot of nostalgia involved for that to happen. We loved.
Yeah, I'd imagine there's a lot of nostalgia for a system like this, like
and
2600.
It's a great intellectual challenge.
In 2009, I was given a talk in Philadelphia just talking about the game business and my experience there. And after the talk, somebody came up to me and they said, "Hey, I just saw this cool book just came out called Racing the Beam. And it's about programming the 2600. And since you mentioned that you worked on the 800, I thought you might be interested in this book." And I'm like, it does sound really interesting.
Back in the old days when I had my Atari 800, I did learn 6502 assembly language, and so I've been messing around and making some of my own Atari games. I'm not ready to make Psychonauts on the Atari yet, but someday I'm going to make Psychonauts on the Atari 2600. Not announcing that yet, but
What is the point of going back to work on one of these old machines anyway? I mean, to me, the point is I want to know what it was like to be, Todd Fryer, and who was, told he has 3 months to write Pac-Man on this terrible machine.
Oh my!
Am I a man enough, to be able to do that?
Pac-Man was actually technically quite solid.
It's fun to program for the 2600 because it's unique.
Yeah, but it had a lot of limits to it that held it back.
Bytes, not K, but like bytes of memory.
Yeah, the thing about programming for the
it
2600 is that you've got limits
so
that you got to work with.
You can't do everything. You can't imagine experience.
You got to be able to.
On the Atari. You have to go the other way around. Like, how many blocks can I move on the screen? Like, how can I turn that into a fun game?
It was very, very hard to squeeze a 128 level game with a title screen and a boss encounter and all that into 4K of ROM, because that's one of the limitations on the 2600 if you're going to live within the original constraints. And so I learned a ton about the 2600 along the way. I had a lot of fun. It was a lot of hard work, and I'm proud of the way it turned out.
I think of the homebrew as the hobbyist who wants to see if he can do it, and he makes a game and he makes a few for friends. That has evolved
pretty interesting
into some actual publishers
that's
making
pretty interesting
Atari
way of seeing
2600
things.
games that are out there.
But there was a guy came on there the other day, and he's like,
Yep. And Atari's legacy has gone beyond Ready Player One. And even now, they're still making a name for themselves. Well. Looks like I missed a thing there. Yep, where was it? Bang, 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 bang. Yep. You completed all 5 timelines and unlocked Race 500. But there were a couple other DLCs for this game as well, including the Wider World of Atari and the First Console War. And I think that might be something to look into when we come back. But, I'm gonna need some food, so... I am going to be back after having some dinner. And we're gonna continue our journey through Atari. And I'll show off some other games that aren't on this collection as well, so... I'll be back in 30. We're back with more of Extra Life 2025 Game Weekends Day 3 Atari. Alright, there we go. So yeah, we've looked at the all the timelines on the main game. We've covered Atari's relationship with Namco. And now, let's talk about the wider world of Atari. Atari's cultural impact grew beyond mere entertainment. The company ultimately inspired future generations to create and innovate. I almost said governments there. The original influencer. From arcade innovation to console domination, Atari defined interactive entertainment for millions of people. Over the years, the company's legacy has been extended and preserved by programmers, players, and ardent fans who identify as both. See, amusement locations, huh? Steady stream of new coin-operated titles become essential to the young company's success. The birth of Breakout. Yes, visual storytelling, huh? They use logo as storytelling, huh? Destroyer. In Mike Albaugh's naval action game Destroyer, players use a dial to adjust a horizontal depth line then attempt to drop charges onto the undersea targets. The similar but simpler Canyon Bomber with no ship speed or depth control would appear in arcades the same month. And here's the promotional poster for that game. Let's check this one out. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Kaboom! It's one of those timed games from the early days. Yeah, extended play! But yeah, for some games you'd have an extended play option. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. Superbug. Before creating Fire Truck, Wendy Allen made the single-player driving game Superbug. While graphics were shown on a monochrome monitor, translucent film overlays made the car appear yellow and the score appear green. So here's the poster, and here's the marquee. Skydiver. Players attempted to land safely in the drop zone for big points. For extra novelty, the cabinet's joystick was shaped like the handles of a parachute ripcord. A home version would appear months later. And here's the flyer and the postcard. And there's a 2600 version. Well, actually these were separate games, but they had similar ideas. And here's Avalanche. Avalanche players catch rocks that fall from the top of the screen. As speed increases, rocks become smaller and intentionally irritating, while white noise becomes progressively louder to break the player's concentration. Larry Kaplan cited Avalanche as a direct inspiration for his Activision game, Kaboom! And there was, and this was one of the titles. It was featured on the Atari Program Exchange as well. Let's see what this one's got to offer. Yep. Paddles are starting to disappear. Noise is getting louder. Now there's only 4 paddles. Ah! That's one miss. Ah! Ah, dang it. 197. Atari Football. And there was a 4-player version as well. And there's a video on the 13 vector games that Atari made. Heck, and there's a Golden Asteroids cabinet for 50,000 for a milestone of 50,000 machines manufactured. Another 6,000 would be produced for that. Ah, Red Baron. This was another one of the classic titles in Atari's repertoire. Bam. Shoot him down. Oh. 300! Yep, these are vector graphics, all right. Crash! We're going down! Mayday! Bonus life! Ooh, got too low there. Ooh, down! And now and there's a 5-minute video about how the coin-op and console divisions ended up working together. But we'll skip that. Ah, yes. Who here remembers the Sears Annual Wish Book? Sears was Atari's retail partner, and they sold Pong and VCS under their own brand, along with three exclusive VCS games, huh? Let's see, Steeplechase, Stellar Track, a rare text-only game, and Submarine Commander. Evelyn Seto, an artist for Atari. And we got some box art concepts here, and alternate Atari logos that were considered before ultimately landing on the iconic logo we know today. So there were concepts for a 3200 and a 3600 Super System, which became the 5200. Ah, so she was the one behind the silver packaging. Voice controller boxes, huh? The Atari 2600 voice controller. Interesting concept, but I doubt it would have worked if they went with it with the technology at the time. Fire! 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 A bridge from arcade to home. Ah, yes. Berserk. Let's play some Berserk. Let's see if it'll say that thing when the demo's done. In the meantime, let me just do something quick. It's not saying the thing. Boink, 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 boink.
The game that supposedly killed 2 people.
Yeah, it is that one. Yep, alrighty. We'll just quick do this. Alright, let's just make sure we got the dip switch settings set properly. Okay. Let's play for real now. Attack the humanoid.
Intruder, the humanoid must not escape. Intruder alert, intruder alert. Intruder.
No! Got the humanoid, got the intruder.
Destroy it.
Yep.
The intruder must not escape. Get the humanoid.
Whoops.
Humanoid got the intruder. Destroy the intruder.
Ah!
Intruder alert, intruder alert. Humanoid got
I can't destroy those two. Oh, there we go.
The humanoid must not escape.
The humanoid must not escape.
Humanoid got the intruder.
Evil Otto!
Intruder must not escape. Destroy the humanoid. The intruder must not escape.
The intruder must not escape.
Chicken, fight like a robot. Humanoid got the intruder.
Yep.
The humanoid must not escape.
Yep. Berserk. Oh yeah, they have a video talking about the urban legend, huh? Facts cannot stop urban legends. Meanwhile, we got Frenzy. Robot attack. Oh, that was a close one. No! No!
Robot attack.
Yeah, so many enemies.
Robot attack.
Alright, moving on from Frenzy, we go back to Berserk. But this time for the 2600. But in 2002, there was a enhanced version with the voice speech synthesis. And meanwhile, the 5200 version had a voice synthesis from the get-go. The humanoid must not escape.
Stop the humanoid, stop the intruder. Stop the humanoid, stop the intruder. Stop the humanoid, stop the intruder.
Quite fascinating, isn't it? Atari Video Cube. This was one of a few Atari 2600 games that were only offered as mail order titles through Atari Club. After the release of the NES, we continue to get titles for the 2600, including, let's take a look at this one, Desert Falcon. Oh boy. Ancient Egypt once again strikes! Ooh. Ooh. Ouch. Yeah, I need to get used to that. Double dunk. Huh? And super football, huh? Oh boy. Off the wall. Okay, this I gotta see. Okay. Okay. Hey, power up! No! Yep, it's another Breakout clone. With human characters and power-ups, too. No! 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 Game over! So, Moto Rodeo, huh? Another one of the last cartridges for the 2600. Ah, from players to creators. Ah, more of the homebrew crowd. Originally a homebrew sequel for the Atari 5200, Kurt Wendell created a 2600 version of Adventure 2 for the Flashback 2 in 2005. While the graphics remain comfortably familiar, the player's realm expands to the neighboring kingdoms of Fire and Ice to create a longer, more difficult quest. No! Well, that was short. Right off the start, and I get chased by a freaking dragon. All right. Nice. Well, that's not so nice. Oh! Aw, man. Return to Haunted House from 2005. Another homebrew. Ah. Prototypes, huh? Aquaventure's origins are murky. There is no official Atari record of the undersea action game, but the prototype has been traced back to 1983. Likely a victim of the game industry crash, it wouldn't see an official release until 2005, and was only issued on a cartridge by Atari in 2023. Let's try it out. Whoops. Ooh. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is what I have to do. Down we go. No! Isn't it awesome when they find unreleased prototypes? Like this one? Let's try it. Okay, let's... Okay. Operate the thruster crane and carefully drop platforms and pylons from the object dispenser into the canyon. Alright, let's reset. Okay. Oh. All right. Yep. There we go! You're safe! Bingo! Of course, gotta have flashing lights. Nope. Yeah. Nope. Ah, yeah. Futuristic since forever. And now, the first console war. When Intellivision challenged the Atari 2600's dominance, their battle set the stage for every historic gaming rivalry that followed. Nintendo versus Sega. Xbox versus PlayStation. It all started here. What if the company behind the Intellivision also created cartridges for the Atari 2600? The answer was M Network, and the story starts in the late 1970s. Mattel Electronics presents B-17 Bomber. Ah. Mattel expanded into handheld electronic games with the Auto Race in 1976 and Football in 1977. When both became huge hits, the fledgling Mattel Electronics division looked for its next electronic success. And that led to Intellivision. Yep. Intellivision. Yeah. Interesting, huh? Oh yeah, they were... Oh yeah, these two were going at it by the looks of things. Oh, there, the IntelliVoice. Ah yes, the IntelliVoice voice synthesis module. The one the thing responsible for I'll be the judge of that. Ah. Well then. Ah yes, a familiar cartridge. M Network games. Started appearing in stores in late summer of 1982. Facing a crowded market, developers attempted to set a high standard for 2600 software with a lineup of visually striking titles and diverse gameplay. Let's try Astroblast here. Oof. Oof. Whoop. Boom. Boom. Ah. Unusual, so it can be either played with a joystick or a paddle. Interesting. Star Strike. Let's try this one. Boom. Ooh. Oh, that's a bleak game over. Armor ambush, huh? Yeah, this was meant to be a two-player game. Dark Cavern. Let's try Dark Cavern. Oof. 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 Frogs and flies. Some are in cult followings. Air raiders. Oh. Ah! Oof. Super Challenge Football. Super Challenge Baseball. International Soccer. International Superstar Soccer. Ah. So the M Network published 17 cartridges with another 19 in various stages of development for Mattel Electronics closure. Fans and historians have done their best to preserve screens, playable code, and memories of these unreleased games. Ant Bear. Ah, this is a new one. Carefully navigating an anthill with the tongue open. Oh boy. So I gotta avoid worms. In search of the Golden Skull. Large ROM and RAM requirements might have made it expensive to produce. Programmer Jerry Lawson, who designed Fairchild's Channel F console, also created this treasure hunt adventure game that was never finished. Sea Battle, huh? Favorite of Intellivision players. Sword Fight. So this was an unreleased prototype. Okay, controls. Activate lightsaber. I see. So this is a two-player game only. Tower of Mystery. Magical objects aid players as they battle fantasy monsters in this early action RPG. This recently rescued one-player prototype uses two joysticks, one for player control and the other for consulting the map and the current status of the quest. Alright, let's grab this. Okay, controls, action. Let's reset. Good luck. Special key. Dancing sword. Key. Hey! What do we got here? Hup. Let's grab the glove. Alright, up we go. Okay, let me just double check. Alright. Boots of speed. Boots of speed. Oh. Congratulations! You made it! Here's the EEPROM for the game. Wow. In April 2024, Jane Tijung worked with the Video Game History Foundation to preserve one of the only known copies of Tower of Mystery. She was able to play her creation for the first time in 40 years. That's insane. The fact that it took her that long to be able to play her game. After the 1983 game industry crash, the world's largest toy company suddenly found itself in grave danger with a negative net worth. Mattel closed the electronics division in February 1984 and quickly sold the Intellivision assets to a group of investors led by Mattel executive Terry Valesky. Under new ownership, a group of Intellivision programmers led by Keith Robinson bought Intellivision's library of games in 1997 and made them available for more than a decade. Atari acquired Intellivision's assets in May 2024, bringing both brands under the same stewardship. That's right! Atari now owns Intellivision. Which is why we're going to be getting the Intellivision Sprint plug-and-play. The first console war. What we now call the console wars started in earnest when Atari and Mattel battled for the hearts and wallets of early 1980s gamers. In this video, players and participants on both sides reflect on the 50-year-old rivalry. In the end, console wars are the business part of it. We as game makers never felt like we were at war. We're just trying to build great games. Well said. And that takes care of the timelines. Wait, let me see. Is Battlezone in this collection? Oh, Battlezone wasn't part of this collection. That's sad. Alright, let's go look at Neo Breakout. Feel the rumble when it hits the wall. Bink. Bink. Hup. Boink. Time barrier breached. Ready. Alright, tilt it. Yep. Boop. Beep. Boink. Boing. Come on. Boing. Breakout. Game over. All right. All right. There's a lot more. There's some more stuff I can show you on my Atari, but it won't be on this. It'll be on my Atari 7800 Plus, which I will set up and get ready to show you some more games on it. So, if you'll give me a moment, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break to gather some stuff and get everything ready for that. So, 10 minutes. And I will be right back. Alright. We're back for the final stretch of Day 3 of Extra Life Game Weekends. I'm closing out the night by playing some games on my Atari 7800 Plus, which weren't part of the collection. And I'm starting off with a recently developed port for the 7200 of Pac-Man, called Pac-Man Double Feature. This features both the new 7800 port as well as the 2600 port. But of course I'm going to be featuring the 7800 version. Alright, so... Random mazes, yes. Start carry, speed normal. Oops. $200, $400, I got trapped. Up. Whoa. Nope, you're not gonna ambush me. Ah, crap. They ambushed me. Alright. Stage clear. Hup. Two, three, four. One, two, three. Ooh. Boop, boop. Let's finish this level and see ourselves a cutscene. No! One. No! Okay. That's a good port. That's a really good port. Ah, yes. Bob DeCrescenzo. Nice. Alright, let me switch games now. People wanted to see some Nintendo games on this Atari, so I'm gonna deliver one. Loading game. Donkey Kong. Oops. Up we go. Oh no. Whoops, let me get this joystick back on. Nope. Ah. Now I gotta reset it. Oh! All right, here we go. Yeah! Go, 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 go. Wait for it. Oh, nope. Haha, trapped. Oh yeah. Oh! Yep. Yeah, some of these sports were really good for the limits for the system. Alright, what should we do next? I know. Wouldn't be a proper Atari stream without Pitfall. Loading up. Ba 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 da ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da ba. Wait for it. Oh. About. Okay. Gotta reset. Made it! No! Wait for it. Ba-da-ba-da. Made it! This away! Made it. Hup! Hup! No! I think that might be the furthest I've ever actually gotten in Pitfall. Wow. Alright, switching games. We're going to try Defender next. Oh. Or not. Maybe there's something wrong with that cartridge, so... Alright, we'll try it again, and if it doesn't work, I'll switch cartridges again. Yeah, I'm switching cartridges. We're gonna do Qbert instead. Loading. Whoops. Ah! Whoops. Oh, no. Up we go. Nope. Bye-bye. There you go. Bop, bop. Nope. Bloop, bloop. Bye-bye. Nope. Oh! Oi! Well. Whoops. I think I'll switch to another game then. Well, since we've covered Pac-Man, it would only be fair to cover Ms. Pac-Man. After all, what are the chances that you'll see Ms. Pac-Man in another official compilation anytime soon? Jump! 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 I'll finish off this maze. Unfortunately, seeing that this is a 2600 port, you're not going to get the maze variety from the arcade version. Ms. Pac-Man. Whoops. Whoops. Oop. Hup, 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 hup. No! No, this is actually the Atari 7800 Plus, which plays both Atari 2600 and 7800 games. I'm playing this on an actual cartridge.
Flashback or something?
Alright, and if you thought it was cool seeing this Pac-Man, wait till I show you Junior Pac-Man on the 2600. Yeah, that's one big maze. Ah, I got trapped. Ooh, no. No! Again! No! Oh no, it blew up a power pellet! Gobble! Yes, this is Pac-Man Jr. on the Atari 2600. Well, it's for the 2600, but it's on the 7800 Plus. Whoops. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, how about we close it out with the game that came packed in with my 7800 Plus. A game that started out as a homebrew. Mm-hmm. I give you Bentley Bear's Crystal Quest. Ooh. Whoops. Hep. Plays a little bit like Adventure Island. Round clear. Good job. Whoops, ouch! No! Game over! We continue. Bow, bow. Ooh, a gem eater there. Round clear. Good job. parallax scrolling. Bam, bam. Bam. Nope. Oops. Yep. Ooh, got some honey. Nice. This away! Bum, 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 bum. Round 4. No! 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 Alright, back to the start of the level. No, 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 no. No! Hup. No! Oh, B, B? Me, B. Alright, this away! Round clear, good job! Level 1, round 5. Bam, bam, bam. Game over. Oh, B, me? Me, B. No! Oh, B, me? Me, B. Oh, B, me? Me, B. All right. Next area. Round clear. Good job. Level 1, round 6, ready. Oh, B, me? Me, B. Oh, hold on! Is that one enemy invincible or something? Hup. Oh, my face cam desynced? Okay. Quick check here. Give me a sec here. Alright, here. Oops. Probably wasn't gonna get real far there anyway. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. No, no! The hat! No! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Getting hit just as the invincibility runs out. Oh, so he is vulnerable just on like the top of his head. There we go. Level 1, round 8. Run! No! 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 Yep. No! 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 Ba-da-ba-da. No! Oh no! Oh. Boss! No! Well, this might be a good time to call it for the night. It'll give me some time to work on my video, and I guess a lot of people are getting tired as well, so join me tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the final day of Extra Life Game Day weekends. where we'll be featuring Taito, including the Egret 2 Mini once again. So look forward to that. And remember, we're at $900. We just need $100 to make my year-end goal. So, thank you all again for watching. I'm the Quarter Guy, and until next time, the arcade is closed.